What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Boot Breakdown, and now passing on to the one and only Jordan Taylor.
Happy Turkey Week, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time of the year. Brackets have shrunk. The teams remaining all are in striking distance of a state championship. But before we get to the dome, we got some turkey to eat this week. Teams will be practicing on Thanksgiving Day. What a treat! It's the best time of the year, and what better way to get you excited for Turkey Week than the Boot Breakdown Sunday edition round two recap tonight, ladies and gentlemen. For myself, Jordan Taylor, we say hello to the rest of the panel at this time. Excitement's in the air. What's going on, guys?
Oh man, it just gets more exciting and more exciting until it ends. But Turkey Week, baby, Turkey Week. This is where we know who are the real contenders, and let's see who makes that strong push to get to the dome.
Yeah, likewise, man. I feel all types of way right now. I mean, football is football. We can only just salivate for at least 3 more weeks before it's all gone. Poof, basketball.
Yeah, same here, man. I mean, look, this is a great time of the year. Like you said, this past Friday, a lot of teams really wanting to play on Thanksgiving. It's always kind of like a rite of passage here in order to kind of see also family coming together and everything else like that. So, man, this is a great time of the year, and I cannot wait for these next 3 weeks here before we get some like we kind of got down to the contenders here. So we're good to go right here.
Turn the sinks off, ladies and gentlemen. Turn the boot breakdown on and turn it up to 11 because we got a lot to talk about this evening. Fellas, we all have jobs to do. We all love our respected teams, but you can enter this week and say, man, it's a great time to be a high school football fan in the state of Louisiana, isn't it, JB?
Oh, without a doubt, man, it's a great time. You just gotta love it right now. You just gotta love it. Oh, the atmosphere of how it is at these stadiums right now. Crowd getting loud. Certain stadiums adding foghorns. It's electric right now. It's amazing. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
And in some places, there's vuvuzelas that going all the way around because I think my ears are still ringing from that Brother Barton and Alexandria game there. But man, just always a fun time for everybody, and always getting the chance to see a lot of great atmosphere around there too. So yeah, I love it.
Oh man, I was extremely excited. Sometimes we look at these games and we determine a winner and a loser, but after these regional rounds, the playoffs still gonna go on, whether your team in it or not, or even your area in it or not. You just gonna have to go and get that fixed these last couple of.
We take a look at last week in it all. It's shut the town down type of weeks moving forward. It's last one in, turn the lights off. It's you better find you a seat early or you're just going to be standing room only. Put them on the track, put them around the fence line. It's that point of the season where you better get there early because there's going to be incredible atmospheres for the next 2 weeks. Quarterfinal football, one of my favorite times of the year. Just blessed to be having a game and get to see one of these football games this coming week. I know we were all at different places in the state of Louisiana this past week, so let's go there for a moment. Let's find out what you saw in person. Let's talk about the high drama. Let's talk about anything and everything that you saw this past week. We start with JB, where you was at, what you saw, what stood out.
Well, first we streamed Bell Chase versus Opelousas,
Had a lot of
and
offense there, boy.
you sure right about that. So there's a lot of offense, man. 7-6 ball game with all that offense, man. Man, I tell you, but no, on a more serious side, Bell Chase wins 7-6. Opelousas had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. after opportunity. And I can keep saying that like a broken record, but I'm not. But when you commit 6 turnovers,
Mhm.
4 of them interceptions, 2 are fumbles, and you even had a fumble on Bell Chase's 1 yard line, it's just doomed for failure. And if a lot of people saw that stream, they're probably saying Appaloosa had a chance to win this game, which they did. And then Appaloosa had a chance to even take the lead or tie it after scoring their touchdown. A penalty by Bell Chase, put the ball on the 1 yard line. Appaloosa decides to go for 2, but then they commit a false start. So then they change their mind. We'll kick the extra point. Bell Chase blocks the extra point.
Yeah.
And there you have it from there. Appaloosa got the ball back with a minute something left. They committed 3 turnovers, which was like a 1st and 25. Now they got the first down, but the time was just steady running. And you go back and look at it, those turnovers and penalties is what hurt Appaloosa's. Also, I was at Shaw
Uh,
versus Haynes.
real quick on that game just now.
Yes, sir.
Your thoughts? The bye week, coming off the bye week, did it hurt them? And also the running back not playing in that game. Was it two big differences you saw in that one, or it was just a well played game by Opelousas?
I think the bye week didn't hurt Bell Chase. I think Opelousas had a good game plan to stop that running attack. I really think that's the main thing. Coach Coleman and his staff, and we lost Jordy for a second, but he'll be right back. Coach Coleman and his staff had a good game plan, and they played them tooth and nail. It just came up short. Also, I was at Shaw and Haynes. Shaw won 49-7 to 6, and Shaw was just dominant on every phase of the football game: offense, special teams, and defense. And but I want to credit Haynes for putting up a good fight. Um, it just wasn't their night at all that night, just outmatched from Shaw. But credit Haynes for the fight that they put up. And Shaw getting back on the scoreboard after not scoring in 2 weeks. There we go.
I forgot I need to plug this in before it dies, right?
There you go.
True.
Good to see Shaw. Good to see Shaw coming out of the bye week in a strong way, moving forward. So that's it's good to see they worked on some things, and defense is still really good.
Yeah.
Lamar, where you was at? Well, we know where you were at, but let's hear from you about that Alexandria Brother Morton slugfest that we got to see over there in your part of the woods.
Man, an incredible matchup between two solid teams. They were both evenly matched squads. Ash was able to pull away with a solid win out there. But I will say a few things here. Eastern Royal, for real. He is
Yeah.
definitely for real. Um, 4.29 speed, and you just cannot teach that. He had an amazing game in that matchup there. 261 all-purpose yards. He had a 88-yard punt return for a touchdown. He had a catch for a touchdown. I think he also had another touchdown in the ball game as well. And so he just had an incredible matchup there, where he just basically showed that he was really, really special and really, really good. But you also look at Ash's offense with Kason Williams, and I think he kind of made himself a name in this game and made himself known there with the performance he had. 240 yards total on offense, 146 rushing, 94 receiving. He also had 4 total touchdowns. And you'll also have to give a shout out to that Ash defense where they forced 4 turnovers in the ball game, 3 interceptions. I know my guy Levance. I'm gonna give his boy some love. I'm gonna call him Takeaway Trey, and he had him also an interception. We also had a couple of guys that another guy with the DB that also had 2 interceptions in the ball game too, and then just overall a great performance by that defense there. At one point, Ash did hit, Brother Martin did hit Ash in the mouth a little bit there, and they were up 13-10 in the second quarter. But before halftime, Ash was able to get themselves a score to go into halftime with a lead and then kind of take it all the way from there. Now, they get Catholic of Baton Rouge there. But the thing is, good teams always find a way, and that's what they did. That's what they did on Friday night.
Absolutely. Real quick question: was that the last we see of Easton Royal, or more football senior, or no?
More football that we'll see. He's
Good.
only a
Good to
junior,
hear
and
that.
it's crazy because I mean, a lot of people couldn't believe it when I said that. And the crazy part was also, I think Ash was also getting ready to punt the ball, and I was telling somebody, look, um, I would not kick it to him. I would kick it to the guy that's in the third row selling popcorn
There you go.
because that guy right there can hurt you a whole lot there. But yeah, he's got another year, and it's crazy that he runs a 4.29 now. Can you imagine if he gets a college regimen and everything else like that? Man,
He got track speed,
have some
man.
There
Christmas.
you go.
Yeah.
Nick Campbell, where you was at, my friend? Let's talk. Let's talk about what you saw this past week.
Yeah, I was in beautiful downtown Destrehan where Wachita Parish came into town on a big old horse, a big old white horse. And man, I tell you, they did what they wanted to do. I think the seating system was wrong. We underestimated a really good football team. Destrehan shot themselves in the foot on a couple of opportunities also, but man, I tell you, Wachita Parish guys, a couple of D1 athletes running all through that place, and that's not. I gotta repeat, that's not the same team that Destrehan played last year. Started off the kind of slow. Malachi Damon picked it up a little bit third quarter. Jabari Mack got it going on pretty much, but the big man, bro, the big man, the Texas commit, he had his way with Destrehan front line, and they schemed pretty well for Destrehan. So they did make a couple plays when they had to make plays, and that was a culmination of the game. So kudos to Coach Benji Lewis and these Lions, man. They came, they saw, and they conquered, and they playing next week at Parkway.
Yeah, that's a Washita Parish team that was very battle tested coming
Yes.
in. That's a strong district that they play in, and I think they only had one win, which was against Pineville, but their losses against the other four was by one score, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a Washita Parish team that doesn't indicate what they were given as their seed this year, for
Agreed.
sure.
What's up, Coach Toe?
Hmm.
And then I had Iowa and Northwest. A lot of people around the state of Louisiana saw this one going the way it did. It had a competitive first half, a 22-14 game going into the break. And I don't know what Coach Johns told those boys at halftime, but they came out with a vengeance. 68-28 was the final score. So you can do the math. I'm not too good at math. Math ain't mathing whenever I try. So 68-28, we had a 22-14 ball game at the break. So you could tell what type of second half we had. It started with a pick six to really set the tone of the second half. Number three, the guy that we gave player of the game honors to, he had a couple touchdowns on the ground. He had a pick six. He also had a kick return for a touchdown. So, I mean, the junior is outstanding, but big offensive line really set the tone of the second half. And an Iowa team may very well find their way to New Orleans finally, but you got a Lutcher Bulldog team coming in that we're going to talk about in a little while that went and do something that I think only people in the River Parish thought that they would do this past week. So it's a lot to break down tonight, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
think I
There's
think Nick sitting there saying Lutcher may go to Iowa and come out with that victory.
well,
It's no like Master P saying they're gonna need this slingshot.
I still see my back pocket whenever we get to Jewel Summer. You look around the state of Louisiana's second round matchups was overtimes to talk about. You talked about statement wins. You talked about unlikely upsets. You talked about a 26 seed still dancing. It's a lot to break down tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And how about we do that at this time? Ready, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the Elite Eight bracket.
Bring it
And
on.
if I say the Elite Eight bracket, it's because that's the one that we can get out of the way first, right?
Yep.
Because there's a lot more juicy
Hmm.
things to talk about down the road. Let's start with Division Two Select. And when we go to this bracket, you had 8 matchups in round two, 8 blowouts. Every high seed took care of business like us four thought they would.
Yeah.
We thought this was the Elite Eight bracket, and we thought we were in shape for some great quarterfinal matchups. Let's read off those scores. St. Charles, no problems with Northside 56-7. Edie White all over St. Michael 35-7. Madison Prep gets by JFK 42-26. University Lab gets by Booker T. Washington Shreveport 50-16. Lake Charles College Prep rolls past Leesville 42-23. Vanderbilt Catholic over Carver 49-24. Shaw gets by Haynes 49-6. And Loyola Prep gets by Bel Air 42-0. JB, we'll start with you. Your overall thoughts with this one. Pretty expected.
Yeah, pretty expected. It's what I thought would happen at the top 8 seeds would win and advance to the quarterfinals. Um, I thought Kennedy would give Madison Prep a tough ball game, especially in the first half, which they did. And Kennedy was up early on Madison Prep, but Madison Prep just able to keep fighting, come back and win that game by 16. Um, Carver and Vanderbilt Catholic, I thought Carver would have been a little bit closer in the scores, but that didn't happen. Vanderbilt Catholic, more experienced team, especially in the playoffs, so they got that victory. But pretty much what I thought happened did happen.
Lamar, same question.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I think everything went chalk in this one. You still have the top 8 seeds still floating around in there. I just want to give a shout out to Leesville for the season that they did for turning around from a 1-5 start and to getting to this point here. I also want to give a shout out to Loyola for also having a good defensive game plan against Bel Air, getting a big shutout win there, and also advancing into the quarterfinals. But yeah, everything was pretty much chalk in this one that we kind of expected here. And now I guess it just sets us up here for a good week this week coming up.
Nick?
Exactly. I think I got 100 on my paper with this bracket. We got together last Sunday and talked about it extensively. And I mean, this is one of the divisions that's pretty much going to fall in place. It's going to get a little bit more dicey next round for a bunch of teams that's ill prepared to make that move after Turkey Day.
Talk about some of them first round matchups. You look at Loyola Prep, they got a quarterback that's over 3,000 yards this year. So, really good one there. You talk about JFK and Prep. JFK, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they bring to the table next year. But Madison Prep, too big, too fast this year, guys. What else we had in that bracket that really stood out to me? Anything else that stood out to y'all?
Um,
Or before we move forward?
Not me. What about you guys?
I mean, University Lab
Not me
quarterback
either.
Ethan McLean, 4 touchdown passes. I mean, I'm gonna let y'all finish up though.
I'm good.
Yeah, we didn't. We thought it'd have been a
Good too.
ground and pound game with you high, but they won it through the air, and that was quite surprising.
Lamar,
Yeah, I'm pretty much good at this point. I mean, like I said, it's just nothing really stood out to me other than the teams that won were supposed to win in that one. So
yeah. Shout out to Edie White. Uh, Coach Kyle Lacine has his guys. What is it now? 7
8.
or 8 in a
Yep.
row right now since the first 3 losses.
Yeah.
So they're red hot right now. Also, Vanderbilt Catholic coach Brian Wallace has his guys surging into Turkey week. We know Shaw needed a big game like this to move forward. Coach Hank Tierney, one of the best in the business. So we talk about this bracket. We knew it was going to be the Elite Eight bracket. So let's talk about those quarterfinal matchups at this time. Let's get early thoughts on these matchups. We don't need no picks or anything. Just give us your early thoughts. The 1-8 next week. It's St. Charles. It's Edie White. Edie White, remember, state runner-ups. St. Charles, all too familiar, playing for state titles. It's a great matchup on paper here.
Great matchup on paper. Two teams that are very disciplined on both sides of the ball. I really think this may come down to the team who makes the least amount of mistakes. I think that's who will win this ball game. I think it's gonna be close. St. Charles got a sturdy, stout defense. Edie White does as well, and then you got to prepare for the Edie White offense. So I think it's a close ball game. The team that makes the least amount of mistakes will win this ball game.
More.
Yeah, same. I mean, I think it's going to be really be battle. The battle's going to be really told in the trenches here. Both of these teams really do a very good job in moving the football, running the ball. Obviously, good line play, good defensive play as well. And yeah, this should be a very solid matchup here between two teams that have at least had some experience in going deep into the playoffs this year. So I think this, in previous years. So I think this is going to be a pretty solid matchup here, and it's going to be a really good one.
Yeah, we going into week 13. I'm gonna give y'all a little tidbit about St. Charles Catholic. This is Coach Wayne Stein, 13 game calling plays as an offensive coordinator, man. And he's doing a hell of a job. He learned from one of the best, and Coach Frank Monica, and playing back St. Charles on a Friday night is magical. So Edie White, I hope they better bring their best game coming up Friday night.
This gonna be district rivals come next season.
There you go. Can't wait for this one. It's going to be a outstanding crowd on display because Cardinal fans are coming, and Comet fans shut the town down. So it's going to be great, great quarterfinal football, and we'll see who punches their ticket to the semifinals. Everyone loves a good rematch. Well, they're going to love this next rematch, ladies and gentlemen. It is the 4-seed University Lab against the 5-seed Madison Prep. We get it again. Will we see a little bit of the same from the regular season, where it was just two teams well matched? Or is this one going to be trending into maybe we get more offense this go around?
I think it's gonna be similar to the regular season matchup. These two teams just know each other so well. I mean, we talk district rivals in the same district. They just know each other so well. So you know, you can try X's and O's, this and that, but they know each other so well. So it's gonna come down, I think, to who makes the better halftime adjustment. I think that's who's gonna win this game. Who makes the better halftime adjustment? Because it's gonna be a tough, hard fought ball game, and whoever can make the better adjustments can come halftime. There's your winner in my eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, this matchup here, I think it's going to be very low scoring. It always seems like it is very low scoring, um, depending on, I guess, decided by a couple of one possession or something like that. There, of course, you got a Madison Prep team that kind of wants to get some revenge after losing to this team last season, earlier this season, and of course, you have a U High team that wants to get some revenge after missing the playoffs altogether last year. So this is going to be also another one of those incredible games. And man, I wish I was out there in the stands for this one because I can imagine the crowd is going to be very, very excited in that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, history tells us that a game like this that's going to be played. You played each other once. You already familiar with each other. I'm expecting a 10-12 game, something of that nature, or 7-10 game. Brutal. What they call that, backyard brawl. That's the type of game I'm seeing because a lot of when coaches play games like this game, they try to coach their best, shrink the game, not make mistakes, and keep the game close where one or two plays might be the deciding factor. And I'm so glad we record this because come next week we're gonna say, man, how you predicted that? I'm looking forward to seeing a low scoring game with a team that's gonna say, hey, we arrive at the end, make a play, and they're gonna win.
Go and look at that 3-6 matchup, Lake Charles College Prep and Vanderbilt Catholic. Coach Wallace has his Terriers in the quarterfinals this week against a red-hot Trailblazer team. You look at Lake Charles College Prep and you start off with the matchup this past week. I know we didn't talk about it just now in the second round matchup, so I do want to bring it back to the circle here. Lake Charles College Prep, great to have Vital back at quarterback as they surge towards a big playoff run. Aiden Carter, a load at the running back position. Them in Leesville, Lamar, was 16-15 at halftime before the Trailblazers pulled away. So they're going to have to be ready to go against a really good Terrier Ball Club team in this quarterfinals. Vanderbilt Catholic, Lake Charles College Prep. That's one of those games where you better keep a close eye on because it's going to be really good.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I got a chance to kind of look a little bit at that Lake Charles College Prep Leesville game. Like you said, it was 16-15 and a half. And so we were thinking, okay, maybe Leesville has a good chance. But again, Prep continued to show why I think they were the more experienced team, and it definitely showed going into the second half. They won their game with their defense, and that really helped them out in this case, and also scored just enough here just to kind of make it very comfortable there. I still think Prep has a very solid chance of possibly getting down to the dome this year, and they seem to have the make of everything here, and so especially with the quarterback that they have with Vital, if he continues to play like he is, they could be calling New Orleans very, very soon.
Yeah, close ball game, as you mentioned, a 1 point lead into halftime. But sometimes in certain games like this, the talent of one team just takes over, and that's pretty much what happened going into that second half. Lake Charles College Prep, the more talented team, the talent just took over, and they never looked back.
Your thoughts of the matchup, JB?
I just went.
No, the Vanderbilt Catholic Lake Charles College Prep quarterfinal.
Oh, my fault. Okay, I'm thinking of LCCP and Leesville. LCCP, man, I think you know the dome is shining bright in their eyes right now. Like they're following the yellow brick road there. Um, Vanderbilt Catholic, you just got to stop their running game. You have to stop the running game. They got two good backs, and you can stop that running game, prevent them from getting first downs. You got a good chance of beating them. And to me, Lake Charles College Prep just got too much on their side. I think for Vanderbilt Catholic to try to hold them down. So Vanderbilt Catholic got to come up with a good game plan to try to neutralize that LCCP offense. And if they can do that, then their offense got to be able to do things. So we'll see what happens. But it's very intriguing to see what's going to happen in that matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be an intriguing matchup, strictly because if you think about the talent that LCCP got, if they're going to put it on display, are they going to just try to play this game close to the vest to see what the Terriers have? Because guess what? When you watching film, you can break down film and see a team afar, but looking up close and how they move and what really makes them generate, I think you got to just try to find that what they call a fighter's punch at first to see if it's for real and make adjustments as they go. But I think with the talent Lake Charles College Prep has in the second half of that game, I think it potentially could be one sided.
Do we have a location of where this quarterfinal matchup will be played yet? We know they played last week. Where was it at? Sam Houston High School. Anyone have a location yet for this quarterfinal matchup?
I don't. I'm trying to see if I can find anything right quick.
And if anyone will let us know in the chat, also if they
Yeah.
have that. Real quick, which game are you most intrigued in this week? We start with you, Nick. Give us one of the four. Which one are you keeping the closest eyes on?
I am going to watch and look forward to seeing the Riverside game versus
Wrong bracket.
what
This bracket,
Watchdog
Division
Chris.
Two.
Oh, you're talking about this bracket, this
Yeah,
bracket,
Yeah.
this bracket,
yeah.
this bracket.
Final words for
I
this bracket. Which
apologize.
one are you most intrigued for?
My bad, my bad. Uh this bracket, I'm looking at Madison Prep University.
The rematch.
Madison Prep University. Thomas Madison University run game is real strong. And they was putting it on display, but the quarterback starting to get into his own. So keep an eye on you high this year to make that run to the dome.
Lamar, most intriguing matchup of this bracket?
All right, I think Nick took mine, so I'm gonna go with another one here. Loyola and Archbishop Shaw. I really want to see here is Loyola going to be for real in this one here? Got to face against a defending champion in order to do that here. And Shaw still very strong team again as JB flexes his muscles there, but in order to go far into the playoffs, sometimes you got to beat a team that is very good. And I think this Loyola team has showed so far this season that they can hang around with some of the top teams, like they did against North DeSoto, and they also beat Northwood Shreveport. So I think they have a decent chance of also making this team continue to run there. And as long as Bryce Restovich continues to play very well at quarterback, hey, anything is possible there.
Yep. So we did not talk about this matchup, so my apologies there. Lamar just touched on it. We go to JB, 7 seed Shaw, 2 seed Prep. This feels like strength on strength here in this one. Secondary versus that good quarterback of Loyola. Your thoughts?
My thought is I might be there, but I might be there. Um, I'm serious. I might be there. I'm
Well,
serious.
well,
I'm serious.
stop in on your way back, and let's do a recap show.
I tell my parents to stop in. There we go. See what they say. Because I'm hopping in the back seat because they're going. So, um, depends on work. But no, and back to this game here. Yeah, they got a quarterback. They love to throw. They love to throw. But the strength of Archbishop Shaw, all the DBs that they have, Jackson Williams, we got Nelly Carter. You have Kristen Langford. You got Rontre Carter, Jaquan Carter. So that's the strength right there. They can cover anybody. But at the same time, the D line got to get pressure on the quarterback, which was something I saw Friday night that they got a few sacks. I was like, wow, I ain't see this all season. But anyway, they got to get pressure on the quarterback. But of course, we know the most important thing that's been hurting Shaw has been their offense. And their offense has to be able to move the ball come Friday night. That's basically it. If Shaw offense can move the ball, we talking about Shaw having a good chance to win this game. If that offense can't move, Shaw gonna be in the world of hurt because defense gonna be on the field for forever. They're gonna get tired, and that can lead to their doom.
It's got to be 1 point better.
That's it. Yep.
Nick,
Hmm.
thoughts on this matchup?
I want to see if Shaw can score enough points, man. If they can shake that bad Gree off that they was displaying the last 2 weeks of the regular season when they came up against some formidable competition. If they can do that, they'll make it out a good game. And Jordan, he said it best: it just take 1 point, And Shorten played some well-to-do teams this year, and I think they can get it and get it right because Coach Hank Terry, man, he's an old wild vet. He gonna have some game plans ready for him.
There you go. Most intriguing matchup for me is the rematch between Prep and Lab. Most intriguing matchup for you, JB, is the Loyola and Shaw.
That's right.
So, final words on this bracket here as we put a bow on it. We're good.
We're good.
Lamar,
Good,
good. Nick, good.
We
good.
good.
Let's go to Division 4
We
non-select,
good.
guys.
Okay.
Let's get you ready for that one, and we're going to recap the scores, give our thoughts on these matchups here. We start with Haynesville Homer, the 118th meeting between the two schools. Haynesville took it in the regular season. They would take it again. This time a lot closer on the scoreboard as Haynesville gets past their rival in Homer, 36-19. Your thoughts?
My thought is that I was shocked by the score. I thought Haynesville would have won by more than that. So goes to show you it's hard to beat a team twice. And credit Homer for the fight they put up. But Haynesville still able to find a way to win, and they're moving on.
Tell you what, Latravius Brooks had a big night for Haynesville. Opening kickoff touchdown, Lamar.
Yeah, I mean, and like what JB
So,
said, I mean, you get a chance to face against each other twice here. Usually, you find out new things here, how to stop plays, and also you find out new things here in order to in order to attack the defense and all that stuff. So credit again to Homer for coming out in this matchup here a little bit more prepared than this one there. But again, Haynesville again showed why they were too strong and everything.
Yeah, Haynesville the number one seed for a reason, man. And sometimes when you get in that driver's position and be number one, you got to keep the accelerator down. It's like when your pops give you the keys to the car for the very first time. You're like, man, don't wreck my car. So when you got that number one seed, the coach is telling his team, let's do it. Let's keep our foot on the gas and keep going. So Haynesville being number one, whether they play at home, I mean, like two touchdowns, two touchdowns. That was pretty convincing, but I expected a little bit more also.
Okay. Next game in this bracket, it was Jonesboro Hodge and Vinton. It was the 8 versus 9. Well, let me let you know something, guys. Coach Terrence Blankenship and Jonesboro Hodge, they can pretty much say they own this district. And when you probably think to myself, what are you talking about? Well, they came down earlier in the regular season and they beat the Quincy. They came back in the playoffs in round 2 and they beat Vinton. So they own this district, and they're going to be eating turkey next week. Congratulations to Coach Blankenship and Jonesboro Hodge. 39-33 winners on the road. They had a battle, a lightning delay also, so all kind of stuff thrown their way, but they get it done on the road, JB.
They did, man. I mean, they took care of business. Um, there was somebody. He was in the chat earlier because he posted it on Facebook saying a lot of people picking against us, and he's like JB not okay. I was like, okay, I really just did a coin toss. Really what I did.
They landed on heads, huh?
Yeah, there you go. Landed on heads. I'm gonna go with Jonesboro Hodge, but and it came out with the victory. But 39-33, man, it goes to show you, man, both teams played their hardest. They played tough, gave it their all. Just Vinton came up a little bit short.
There you go. There he
Yeah,
is.
Yeah.
yeah, from what I see there, I mean, looking at the stats and everything, it seemed like a great battle between the two running backs. Jaden Brooks had 4 touchdowns. He ran for over 200 yards. And also, you see what Jonesboro Hodges running back did. Dakota Knox, he almost ran for 200 yards and also had himself 4 touchdowns. Yeah, it was just one of those games there where, the one team just came out ahead there. And so again, credit to Jonesboro Hodge for going a little bit further into the playoffs there, and that really helps them out there. Now they got to face against a Leesville, I mean not a Leesville, a Haynesville team that they've already seen in their district. So that's going to be interesting there to go with that.
Yep. We look at this, Nick. We say first trip for Jonesboro Hodge since 2021. So congratulations there to the quarters.
You know, you know what? I'm glad you said that because we talking about a number nine hole that didn't have a bye, that got their team prepared. Then they went on the road and beat a Vinton team. So now they got to go back on the road again. Man, I think we might be facing a Cinderella and don't even know it just yet. So I want to keep a good eye on that game. And I learned so much over the 54 years I've been living about high school football that those number nine seeds, they be scary good once they get going.
Just got to get hot at the right time.
That's right.
That's it.
And I heard
So
the
we
show the
move.
other night, Jordy, y'all was talking about which number one seed gonna go down first. Look, that could be one of those ones.
I think you might see a few 1Cs go down this week in quarterfinal action. Too early to make picks, though. We'll save those for Wednesdays.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
All right. That 5-12 matchup, always a dandy when these two teams clash. Coach McGee's Logan Sport Tigers and Coach Ronnie Corville's Welsh Greyhounds. They met 2 years ago live on Under the Lights, and it was a dandy then. It's a dandy now. 3-point victory for Logan Sport Tigers, 34-31. When you look at this matchup, you say it's two well-coached ball clubs. You look at it, you say it's two extremely passionate fan bases. I also have to throw in a little thing here before y'all go. I got to say that a lot of controversy was 1A's playing 2A's, 3A's playing 4A's, so on. Well, here's a 1A beating a 2A right here to punch their ticket to the quarterfinals.
Yes, sir. One they beating the 2A, and this game had everything from fumbles to interceptions to big time plays to big hits. They had everything. And I know Logansport jumped out to a 14-0 lead, but here came Welch. Welch came fighting back. And as you can see, they fought to the end of the game. Logansport 34-31.
It's UTL North
And
up there, Lamar.
man, look again, a great, incredible matchup between two really solid teams there. I had a feeling that this would be a very close game, and I had a feeling that this would be probably the game in this bracket for that round there, because you have two teams that also know how to go deep into the playoffs. Logansport just, had it a little bit more there, and Logansport continues to show why that they've been a very solid team. I haven't really got a chance to see them this season, but of course they're in my 1A district, and they've been the kings of
Just,
that for the last couple of years. And
just go
again,
turn
they
on under
continue
the
to show
lights.
why.
Just go turn on the under the lights. Week 5, whenever they
Okay,
brought Kinder down to the wire.
I definitely would do that there. But yeah, Logan Sport just continues to have athletes, man, and that just shows a whole thing right there. And that one there, I mean, no shame in Welsh here for also having a great game there too, man. I mean, this is a good. It's just some of those second round matchups are always a good one there, and that was a dandy, man. That was a dandy.
Nick, we almost took a trip up north to see this one, and looks like we missed out on a good one.
You know what I like about that, and we always talk about A's and stuff like that with as far as categorizing. But man, look, I'm tell you something. You could never put an A on a really good coach, and if you got a really good coach, he's gonna coach a football team. You know, if he just won one or two plays, you still gotta stop it, man. But saying that to say this about Logan Sport, man, hat goes off because both of them some pretty good storybook programs, and you can see as the talent start to come in more and the coach is still there, they're gonna make their way back around, you know. And shout out to Logan Sport, man, with a big time win. And I wish I could have saw that type of game. 31-34 is whoo, feel good type game.
Logan Sport coming off of a semifinal appearance a year ago. JB and his crew got to cover that game when they played the eventual state champions. So they're trying to get back to where they were a year ago. So we'll talk about who they will be playing in that quarterfinals. How about J Town? Jeanneret Tigers gets the win over Grand Lake. This was a rematch from the second round of the playoffs from the 2024 playoffs. So we had the same seeds from 2024. It was 13-14 then, it was 13-4 now, and nothing changes. J-Town was rocking, and J-Town rocked themselves to a win. That score, 54-7. My goodness, since the injury has happened, they have not looked back. They have rallied as a group, and Jenneret's scary, JB.
Scary ain't the word. Scary is not the word. And you get to host a quarterfinal game against Logansport. That's gonna be a ball game in itself. But man, Generette right now, they letting people know that they are for real, that they are really for real, and this is not a joke at all. So I'm very excited to see what happens with that matchup with Logan Sport because I picked Logan Sport to get to the dome, but we're gonna see, man. This gonna be this gonna be a fight come Friday night between those two teams.
Lamar, I saw Jenneret back in 7-on-7. I knew then what I know now, that they would be in this position playing Turkey Week.
Yeah, and they've had a great season overall this year too. They've been a lot of people have had them as one of the teams to beat in this bracket there, and I think again, Logansport is going to have to strap it up once again this week here because this is going to be another one of those tough battles between a very solid Generette team. I know Generette this season they've been. I had them ranked high in Class 1A, and that's for good reason there, and they continue to show why. So I think they have this is going to be a good game. This is probably going to be that 5-4 matchup, this is probably going to be the game in this bracket for sure.
Oh yeah, typical high school, classic high school football game, man. When you bring out the names Logan Sport and Generette, man, I tell you, I would love to be in all these places. If I had a man cave and could watch several high school games at one time, I would do it. I'm on the sideline talking during this game, and people calling me and texting me. I'm trying to watch the game. So having a game like that and watching under the lights game, man, is heaven on earth doing that. So this is going to be a classic high school football game, and I'm pulling to see who's going to punch their ticket next week for out of this game.
Nick, I think the craziest thing I've ever I wouldn't say that. I think one of the crazier things I can remember doing was me and Coach Johns Friday night was in middle of the interview, post game interview. So we're looking at the camera, we're talking about the game, and I have one of my crew members standing right there on side of the camera with the cell phone of the Franklin Parish Lutcher overtime kick. So we're mid interview, and then you just see a pause as the kick is happening. And then I said, "All right, coach, Lutcher, Iowa next week." So I think that was a cool moment that I can always share. Mid interview, we're watching that finish over there in Lutcher. But so that right there, Generette, Logan Sport, going to be phenomenal. And all of Logan Sport's coming because they love their football there. All right, South Plaque and West St. Mary. It wasn't just the Bell Chase and Opelousas game that had great defense. It was this South Plaque West St. Mary game also. 6-0 your score. Here's what I would say about it, JB. South Plaque proven to win state championships, it takes more than just great offense after a 6-0 defensive war. Your thoughts?
I think there was some voodoo put over Plaquemines Parish. That's what I think.
Okay.
Because Bell Chase and South Plaque scoring with a total of 13 points and still winning, that's unheard of. But no, so South Plaquemine found a way to win 6-0. But I want to credit West St. Mary. I want to know what kind of defensive game plan they put together to hold South Plaquemines to 6 points. I mean, we know South Plaquemines can score points with the best of them. And you come down and hold them to 6 points. I'm very, very what can I say? Intrigued, impressed in what they did to hold them to 6 points. And that's West St. Mary. So very impressed. I know Coach Feet. When he's not happy about something, he makes his team run after games. Like right there, no matter what stadium they're at, he will make them run if he's not happy with the way they play. So I'm pretty sure that did happen again. And but I think we'll see a better South Plaquemines team come next week. But they're gonna be in the ball game in North Iberville. That won't be easy.
About to talk about them, aren't we?
Yeah, in a little bit. Yep.
Lamar?
Yeah, I think that might have been an eye opener there for South Plaque, but again, you found a way to win, and that's the thing about this stage of the playoffs here. Sometimes it's not going to be pretty. You just got to find a way to win. You survive in advance, and that is definitely what South Plaque did to keep this title run that they have alive here. So, credit to them for winning this game, to getting a shutout there. It might have not have been the best, but you get a good shutout there and have a good statement in that one there too. And like you said, West St. Mary to hold this team down to 6 points, that definitely does say something right there. But man, again, South Plaque, good win there for them, 6-0. I hopefully that they'll get a chance to shore up some things this week coming up.
Yeah, I haven't been to South Plaque in a while. Is that same old guy over the PA system calling those games still? Because
It
man,
gotta
I
be.
tell you,
It gotta be him. It gotta be.
he, he's hella funny, man. If you the opposing team, he'll get you excited about watching the football game. But South Plaque, man, they coming off a bye. They're gonna start off slow. They numbers are not big as far as kids, and they wanna secure a game. They want to play the game and secure a game and get back in the mode of playing football. And the most important thing was, yes, St. Mary did have a game plan, and their game plan was trying not to open the floodgates for South Plaquemine either. And they played to a 6-0 game, man. I tell you, uh, once or twice they was on the move that they could have got some scores, but South Plaque stopped them, man. So that was a great high school football game. Six
Yeah,
nothing game like that, 3-0. You gotta love them, you know.
absolutely. You talk about this next matchup. You talked about West St. Mary playing great defense. Well, that's exactly what North Iberville is going to have to do next week if they're going to try to take down the defending state champs. They had their own problems on their hands with Lemoyne coming into town. And to hold an Elton team that was averaging 40 plus points per game speaks volumes to what Coach Gass has done in his short tenure there at the program. Shout out to North Iberville, Coach Gass, and the Bears, Bear Country. First time in school history, we'll be playing quarterfinal football with a 36-20 victory over Elton. We know it's only 2 years as a program, but it's still shout out to the guys over there in Bear Country.
Yeah, without a doubt, man. Without a doubt. I mean, history being made for North Iberville. And you said it, man. The team that averages 40 points, you're holding to 2020. You did a goddamn good job, and your game plan was pretty much on point. And you got to credit the coaching staff and the players for what they did. North Iberville, we've heard about them last year, and now here they are in the quarterfinals, I think, for the first time. And great coaching staff. We had Coach Gas on our show. Great guy. And man, tell you what, I think this game with South Plaque will be a good one. Like to see what they're gonna do now to stop that offense. You stop the good offense in Elton. What can you do now to stop a South Plaquemines offense? Very intrigued.
I gotta add too. I mean, again, new kids on the block there for North Riverville. A lot of people have been kind of wondering what they were gonna do. Or they can they do a very solid job here? And so far so good here. Getting a chance to stop a very solid running back in Lemoyne. I mean, that definitely does speak volumes there. And continuing to make this move and continuing to play at this stage of the playoffs, that says a lot there too. Shout out to Eldon, though. I mean, great season for them. Lemoyne, I
Ooh, coming
mean,
back
man,
too.
he has just yeah, man. Yeah, shoot, I didn't even know he was just coming back. I thought he was a senior putting up all these numbers there. But man, look, he has lit up everything as far as the top running backs in the state. And like you said here, he's going to be hell on wheels again for next season. So I can't wait to see what that guy has to offer for next year and what he does to build off of a good season last this year.
Yeah, North Iberville, full of athletes, and they can score. You know, them playing South Plaquemine, looking at each other, replica of each other. Uh, don't be fooled by the 6 points South Plaque scored, but I expect an explosion this weekend. With when you got a barn full of athletes about to play, and I'm gonna keep my close lit Friday on that scoreboard.
Yeah, them Malone Soul brothers over there at North Iberville is every bit of advertised. The senior and the sophomore. Let's move on in the bracket here. East Feliciana Faraday. I didn't see this happening. Low scoring for one. I didn't see two great offenses in a low scoring battle, and I also didn't see Faraday losing this ball game. But credit to East Feliciana head football coach Darius Matthews and the job he's done here in this season. He's got his ball club in the quarterfinals after a 12-8 victory over Faraday. What a game! We're continuing the defensive trend tonight, guys.
Yeah, yeah. I love defensive ball games. I really do. I really do. Um, I mean, I didn't think Faraday would lose this game either. I was shocked, and the score was shocking, 12-8. But East Feliciana jumped out to a 12-0 lead, and that was all in the first quarter. And they're able to hold on to the victory. Able to hold on to the victory. Um, so pretty much defense said it all this ball game, and you got to credit East Feliciana for holding on and not letting the comeback happen. Um, but with that being said, Yeah, I was shocked that Faraday did not win this game. I was very shocked. I had Faraday getting to the quarters, and this is why you play the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I gotta add to that too. I was shocked as well for Faraday. I mean, I thought they were going to for sure get a rematch against Mangum, and I thought that we would probably have gotten a chance to see what could they have done to get another crack at that team. But East fell. Good win for them there. It's kind of just sad to see how this kind of ends here for Faraday. Obviously, they've been trying to get right back to this stage here after winning the state championship 6 years ago. And then, of course, with the circumstances that happened last year and also the circumstances that with the field this season and everything else like that, those kids could have folded during the season, and they did not do that, especially in their district games against those tough competitions there, where they were in those ball games there, and so um, to get to the second round, I know this is a disappointment for them, but I think this was a good showing for them, nevertheless.
Lamar, you spoke just now about the potential rematch with Mangum and Faraday. Man, I think the playoff scriptwriters are fired because we didn't get that one. We didn't get West Monroe Neville. We didn't get Hanville Destrehan. The list goes on of rematches that we thought were going to happen that just blew up right in front of our eyes.
Hey, they didn't pass us the script, man. That's probably it. They didn't pass us the script. If they would have passed us the script, I think we would have done a little bit better in our picks and everything. But yeah, we didn't get a chance to peek at the script a little bit. They kept that one guarded closely in there. So
There you go.
hey, it is what it
Fellas,
is.
I hate to tell y'all we altered the script because last week before we left, we was talking about we want to see more defensive matchups, and the coaches watched the show. So looking at it, the
And
hindsight
they
is
came, and
hindsight
they
is
came
2020.
and they can't
Yeah,
blame it on
right?
the cold weather.
Yeah, right. So you can't blame it on the rainy weather. We had perfect football weather across the state of Louisiana, and it's just this moment how coaches what they want to do to win the game. At this point, to get out of regionals, they'll damn near do anything to advance to the next week. And when you look at a team like Faraday, being a 10 seed, a lot of folks, my test paper got a red X on it also. We all had Faraday moving on, but Mangum, East Feliciana, man, that's gonna be a classic high school football game. And get your popcorn ready because it might be a quote unquote coming up this weekend.
That Mangum West St. John game, long road trip for the Rams. Mangum's just a juggernaut this year. Head coach over there, Scott Wilcher, has his guys trying to get back to the big dance. And my goodness, we don't get the Faraday rematch, but Mangum, how you said it's hard to beat someone twice. So I think they're okay with what happened on Friday night.
Yeah, Mangum's fine. Oh man, West St. John, man. I was beginning of the season. That was one of my dark horses, a sleeper, man, to at least get to the quarterfinals. And it was up and down season for him this year, up and down season for him. But um, when you commit 4 turnovers, it's hard to beat somebody. And Mangum capitalized every time off of those turnovers that West St. John committed. And when that happens, man, it can turn into a long day for any team. So credit the Mangum Dragons for what they did. And they're back in the quarterfinals again this year.
48-12 was that final score, Lamar.
Yeah, Bangham's battle tested it all season long, and I mean, they started off the season having to face against Gina, and they were fighting tooth and nail against them this season, playing also in a tough district where they split the district with Oak Grove and OCS. So this is a good team overall here, and again, credit to Mangum. I have Mangum going pretty far this season here. I think I have them going all the way down to the dome here, and again, they just continue to show why they're one of the top teams in that bracket.
Man, I'm very familiar when the Rams really was uh prominent. You know,
Yeah,
when you say Logansport, Haynesville, and Oak Grove, you would say West St. John. You know,
yes.
so seeing the type of teams that West St. John got a schedule, and I'm not getting off track. I just want to share some light on it. One game could really make a difference in you playing Mangum or you playing South Plaquemine or even Logansport. You know that just that one game on their schedule, and it seems like for the last 2 years, they've been losing that one game and they've been shipping them right back down to Mangum. And it's been a onslaught ever since.
Your quarterfinal matchups this week, we start with Haynesville, Jonesboro, Hodge rematch, regular season. Here we go again. Haynesville, first of two rematches on their playoff quest. They had Homer a week ago. Now they get Jonesboro, Hodge, 1 versus 9, JB.
It's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight. You know, they played each other earlier, so they pretty much familiar with each other. They got the videos, they got the tape. So it's gonna be a good ball game. Good ball game. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely will be a good ball game there. Earlier this season, Haynesville won that game 43-0, but kind of like what we've seen against Homer here, where Haynesville won that one 54-6. Sometimes that second matchup is much closer than expected. So you got a Jonesboro Hodge team that has some momentum going forward now. I imagine that they're going to put up much more of a fight here in this one against this very good Haynesville team. But Haynesville wins.
He gave a pick.
No picks, Lamar.
Okay, no picks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
This is the uncle game. This is going to be
Ooh,
the uncle game when we say, uncle. Here, like, look, here it is. You're going to have to continue to score points if you're Jonesboro Hodge. You can't go out there and playing them and thinking, look, oh, here it goes again. Once Haynesville starts scoring, can we keep up the pace with Haynesville? And then the bottom start falling out. But if you're gonna be labeled the number one team in Haynesville, you're gonna have to put the pedal to the metal and show why the people selected you to be the number one team.
The 5-4 matchup, Logan Sport, long road trip down to battle Generate. It's the Battle of the Tigers. Here we go.
here we go. Battle of the Tigers, man. May the best Tigers win, whoever they may be. But look, this gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight, and probably whoever can have the bigger plays, who make the bigger plays, the bigger impact plays, maybe win this game. It's just gonna be that type of ball game between these two good teams going at it.
Yeah, that's what's going to be there. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to the last possession
Yeah,
in this ball game here, because I think this has the makings of something like that. And sadly, one of these teams is going to have to. Sadly, one of these teams their road ends here. But this is going to be a great game, and that's going to be what makes it a great game.
I'm gonna say something that's gonna trip your head out. The team who gets the most first downs win this game.
okay.
And when you move in the chain like that, and you have two teams that can put it up, the ones that's going to control the clock, move the chains constantly, and score when they have to, we're gonna have one or two stops that they're gonna make throughout the game. But I like to see games like this because coaches be coaching on their best when they're playing the 5-4 matchup, the points they take it to go to the quarterfinals, the
Winning
semifinals. I'm sorry.
winning on first down will be crucial for this one here because you don't lack coaching in this matchup. And,
Yes.
often teams are intimidated to go play in that stadium. That's one thing Logan Sport will not be. They will be ready to go, and Generate will welcome in with open arms. So fantastic ball game there. Another one, we get the defending state champs, and Lamar calls them the new kids on the block. It's the 3 versus the 6. South Platte, North Iberville.
Yeah, South Platte, North Iberville. Um, Coach Gas and Coach Fee gonna have their guys ready to play. It's gonna be an exciting ball game. The South Platte offense pick it up this week compared to what their performance was on Friday night. Because if that offense isn't going, it's going to be a long night for them. North Dakota is going to come in to Burris and walk out of Burris, and I'll be in the South Plaquemines um, season. So that offense for South Plaque has to do better than what they did last week.
Yeah, this is an intriguing matchup here. This might be probably one of my more intriguing ones in this bracket here, if you outside of that Logan Sport Generette game there. But I mean, you got a champion here facing against a team that has not been here before. And so sometimes it's interesting to see what happens there. Like you said, for South Platte, I think they had their wake up call in the last round. So I think they're going to be coming out here in this game very motivated and coming out there knowing that if they want to try to repeat as champions, then they got to be on their A game there. Because if they don't, this is a North Iberville team that could probably take it away. Same thing for North Iberville. Um, is the stage going to be too bright for them? That's the main thing that I want to see from this as well. You get down to the quarterfinals, you haven't been to this stage before. Sometimes, again, as like everybody always says, you have to learn how to win first in
Yes.
order to get there. So that's the thing I want to see in this game here. Does North Riverville is the lights too bright for them in this case, and also does for South Platte, can they perform much better than they did last week?
Okay.
Pretty much in the boxing terms, you got to beat the champ. You got to literally beat the champ, and they coming in with their Vaseline and they sticking and moving, man. So coach gonna have them getting ready throughout this week. We got some inclement weather coming through, classic football weather. Uh, can you be battle tested, North Iberville, to stand up against a champion like South Platte? I mean, I was texting JB during the championship when he was recording that game, man. I never saw a bunch of young dudes was getting it in that back and forth matchup. So South Platte, man, they're ready. I think they're ready to prime the punch their ticket to get back to the dome.
North Iberville, no shortage of offense this season. South Platte, no shortage of championship caliber program to go try to defend their title. And then you get East Feliciana and Mangum in a little 2 versus 7 matchup. East Feliciana, a lot of defense in round two. Gonna have to go battle a Mangum team that likes to score for days.
Yep, and that defense got to step it up another notch against this Mangum team. Like you said, this Mangum team can put up points for days as well. So, tough task in front of East Feliciana. They're confident. They know they can do it. We'll see come Friday night.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to do the same thing here. This is again Mangum team that can really score a lot of points. Can East Fail play the same amount of defense that they did against Faraday? Another team that scored points, that was able to score points and shut them down. They can shoot. They probably have owned this district at that point too. But like you said, I think Mangum is going to be a little bit too strong there for them. But can they keep their points? That's the thing over there for that one.
For East Feliciana to have a change is going to be an in-game adjustment is going to be real critical for them. Real critical for them. So when you got a team that can score at will, like Mangum, they run a lot of big packages also. That in-game uh, doing the little adjustments, that's going to tell you right then and there if this is going to be a blowout or it's going to be a real close game.
My most intriguing game of the weekend will be South Platte, North Iberville. What about you, JB?
Same. South Platte, North Iberville.
Lamar,
Yeah, South Platte, North Riverville. Yeah.
Nick.
Mangum, I want to see if those numbers going to still go up.
Gotcha. Let's close the bow on that one. Let's go Division 4 Select, guys. And let's start out with some second round scores. It was a rematch Westminster Opelousas versus Opelousas Catholic. Remember how this one went down in the regular season? Walk off, field goal. Well, it wouldn't be the case this time around. Crusaders flex their muscles and punch their ticket to Turkey Week. Crusaders led by Jack Hunt, who had a rushing touchdown and also a pick six. Evan Lemon also doing damage in the punt return touchdown for 39 yards. And Kyle Horde, two touchdowns on the ground. It's a team that is full of great talent, great coaches, and you just heard it. They did it in all three phases to
All
win
three.
this second round matchup, JB.
That's how you win games.
48-35 final score.
When you able to produce on all three sides, good things happen. And Coach Porter had his team ready, and I'm sure he emphasized how hard it is to win to beat a team twice. And he had his guys ready to play. They came out. They were strong from the get go. Big time victory, double digits, 48-35, in a game that was very close the first time around. So credit Coach Porter and his staff and his players of Westminster Christian Academy Opelousas.
Yeah, rolling right along there. And, again, good matchup here between two teams that are very close in distance from each other there. Good win for Westminster. Of course, that's what you want to do as the number one seed. You want to continue to show why you got the number one seed there. So
Mhm.
a good win for them. Continuing to move right along there. And like you said, playing in Turkey Week, that's a good thing as always.
This game started last year when St. Edmund did what they wanted to do at Westminster, and it's that big brother, little brother syndrome. So now Westminster then turned into the big brother, and they had their way. They had their way in district, and they had their way in the playoffs.
Wrong team.
And when you talking about
You said
Westminster and St. Ed, right?
you said St. Ed's, but we're talking about Westminster Opelousas Catholic.
No, he was saying St. Ed's was the big brother last year. And he said this year
Yeah, yeah,
Westminster the big brother. That's what he was referring to.
yeah. That's what I'm referring to. But saying that to say this, even going back to that game, uh, they played them in the playoffs. Not played blah, blah, blah. Last year. They played them in the regular season and got beat. So now the fortune has changed in the district where Westminster, the big brother over Opelousas, they beat them twice, and they're gonna play St. Ed. They beat them already this year. So
And I
moving
have to
forward,
I have to correct you again because Westminster beat Opelousas in the regular season a year ago, so they're on a three-game winning streak over them.
Westminster didn't beat Opelousas last year. Wait, they didn't beat St. Edmund last year. I apologize. I
Yep.
apologize. Hey, I'm old man, bro, so don't hate me for it. But say that to say this, Westminster, they the one with the shotgun this year. So they ready, they loaded. They put their foot down on Opelousas Catholic. They got Westminster, Westminster got St. Ed coming up, and I think they ready for St. Ed too.
48-35 Crusaders get to Turkey Week for the first time, looks like since 2016. So,
Yeah.
congratulations to Coach Porter and company there. Job well done. They are currently 11-0 on the year. When you look at the next matchup, it's St. Ed's and Covington Christian. This is an 8-9 matchup. I thought it was a great interview that your guy did at the end of the game, and give me his name
Chris
again.
Chris Singleton.
Chris Singleton did with Coach at the end of the game. Oftentimes coaches, it's hard to take an interview after a tough loss. So that was a great interview right there where he says credit to his team for just battling all season with the injuries. It was a next man up mentality, and Covington Christian made this a heck of a ball game that came down to a heave there at the end. But I do got to credit St. Ed's real quick, JB, and say only 4 passes attempted in this matchup from the Blue Jays. St. Ed's
Yes.
behind Wyatt Dubois, 15 carries, 231 yards on the ground, and 5 touchdowns. And Nathan Briggs, 15 carries, 131 yards on the ground, 1 touchdown. Both of them combined for 6 touchdowns and 30 carries and over 3 something on the ground. So only 4 passes needed, and Dubois and Briggs went off.
Shout out to our good friend Chris Singleton. Um, if one of my area team plays his area teams again, I'm gonna need Lamar just to be between us because he was so mad when he saw me last year in the dome. Man, every time he saw me, he just got mad. And then I saw him for basketball last season, Lamar at a Hornville game, and he was like, "Oh, you here? We gonna lose," and they lost. He like, "Don't talk to me, don't talk to me." So shout out to Chris. Um, um, Covenant Christian jumped out early on these boys, 30-13 or 30-16,
You had to come back.
and then that was it. Nothing else. Goes to show you sometimes when we say halftime adjustments are made and can turn a game around. And that is what happened. St. Edmunds made the better adjustments to that game and was able to come back and win that game. Point blank, period. That's it.
30 to 16 and a half time, a big time adjustments, Lamar.
Yeah, absolutely. And it continues to show right again right there here. Like you said, good game between two solid teams. Again, that's something what you would like to see an 8-9 matchup be all about. Again, Covenant Christian, had some high hopes again for making a deep run once again, but had to run up against a good Saint Ed team. And again, it just continues to show again. Sometimes it's just not your night. And like I said, good all the way through here for this Covenant Christian team. They had a solid year last year, came right back here, did the same thing this year there. But St. Ed was the better team in that one there too. Seemed to be another good game here that I would definitely like to look at once again.
Yeah, injuries played a factor in Covenant Christian trying to right the ship. St. Edmunds, they found the formula, the two-back system, man. And when you're in doubt, run the football. The lead, especially, is not bigger than what you have. So they wore them down. They ran the ball that many times, bro. They're gonna ultimately have to go back and play a little bit of offense too. So it wore them down. And shout out to the coach for making the end game adjustment and believing in the kids that they had splitting the carries.
Final score there was 44-36. That one was close. This next one won't be. This next one between Ascension Catholic and St. Mary's. 5 versus 21 seed. Ascension Catholic rolled 62-9. We ain't got to stay there long with this game, but I do want to say shout out to Trevor Simon for Ascension Catholic. He broke the all-time rushing yards record in school history, eclipsed the 3,000-yard mark. So special shout out goes there, JB.
Definitely special shout out to those guys. The score says it. They were just dominant from start to finish.
I give a shout out to St. Mary's here. Again, they started off the season on a tough note this year, but then to kind of get it going and get it rolling and get themselves an upset win in round one definitely says a lot about what Coach Kidron, Seastrunk, and those guys are doing over there. I think better days will be there for them. They just
Feel
got to
like they're a year
keep it
away,
going.
Lamar,
I
huh?
think, yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like it. Coach C will have those guys going very well. I think they're in the right direction.
Yeah, Ascension Catholic, they got it on their mind. Running back had 6 touchdowns, over 200 plus yards rushing. Whoo! I think they're getting primed up for this next week matchup, man. When the running back left last year, I got a brain freeze. Scored six
Elsie,
touchdowns.
Elsie,
Huh?
Elsie.
Elsie scored 6 touchdowns. I watched him do it against Riverside, and I thought they'll be done. It appears not. They got another running back stepped in. He scored 6 touchdowns this week, and I'm telling you, it's not going to be too far fetched to say they trying to get to the dome themselves too.
It's running back you over there at Ascension Catholic. But shout out for there for sure. The next matchup, it was Westminster Christian out of Lafayette. First ever trip to the second round for Coach Gable and company. Tall task to go battle Coach Carruth's Catholic Appoincapie Hornets. 46-18 was the final score here. Too much Micah Nipple, too much Morrison in this one. Hornets have been averaging major points all season long, JB.
They have, and they are still rolling. They have never looked back so far, and they were very dominant in this matchup as well versus Westminster Christian of Lafayette. So Cali Point Capee showing that they are a dangerous team, and you got to bring your A game when you're playing them.
Ditto right there. Again, Catholic Point Compete continue to show again why they're so tough there. Again, like we said earlier here, you got to learn how to win there. And so, Westminster Lafayette, this is just all part of the process for them. All part of the process for them. But again, they just have to face against a very tough Catholic Point Compete team.
Yeah, Cali Point Compete been a staple for a very long time. And when you look at a team being of that magnitude being a 4 seed, it's all about the program. Guys know what to do to get to this next round. Coaches don't have to really coach and tell these guys how to prepare themselves during that week when their mind is on Thanksgiving, trying to take tests and finishing out the week. But kudos to coach out there. They got a favorable draw this year. At that number 4 seed, and they turning the corner to try to get back to Partridge themselves.
Catholic Appoincapie team that was a high seed a year ago and got upset when Washita Christian came into town in the second round. So, it was a year in the making for them to want to right the wrong from a year ago. First
Yep.
trip for Catholic Appoincapie to the quarterfinals since Dome year of 2020. So, congratulations, Coach
Yep.
Carruth. Hamilton Christian, St. Frederick's, 3 versus 14 here. So many distractions going on this week. I want to say kudos to the players going out there and play and getting a win. So that's where I want to start with that one. 27-14 Hamilton Christian. Put the distractions behind you and just go play football, JB.
Yeah, they did that. You got to credit them, man. There's a lot going on over there, and we'll talk about that on another day for another show, man. But credit the, credit those guys for sticking together, believing in themselves, knowing they got to go out and play a football game and try to get the win, in which they did. So they get to practice for another week, and hopefully, we'll see what happens moving forward in short-term media. Yes, we will get to that in a second. We got to get to all of the divisions, so we will get to that in a second.
Yeah, I mean, you got to credit to those kids over there for just blocking out the noise
Yes.
and for understanding the goal right there. Because we talk about it so much here. 14 to 17-year-old kids, we don't know how they're going to react to certain things here, and just one little thing could just poof. Next thing you know, that's it. But for them to keep up the momentum, understanding the goal is the goal right here, and for them to understand that they continue to win this game. Um, Hats off to those kids over there at Hamilton Christian for continuing to stay focused and for playing one more week. And hopefully they can keep on going. And we'll see how far this thing goes. Honestly,
Yep.
Yeah. Anytime when you have an opportunity for an upset, most coaches got to take it. But kudos to the faculty and staff for keeping those kids grounded to participate in that game and uh, continue to build it all. Because everybody in this spectrum that played, you know how coaches do. No one person is bigger than the what? The program.
Team
And if you
program.
got a solid program going, man, your expectations are going to still be held high to play football, even in adversity. So kudos to Hamilton Christian.
Ascension Episcopal in Kentwood. Rematch from a year ago. These two teams met in the playoffs. Kentwood got them then. Ascension Episcopal gets them now. This one was a 17-14 win for the Blue Gators. The Roos season comes to an end. Ascension Episcopal, year one head coach over there, has his team to quarterfinal week. They got a talented quarterback in Brandon Mitchell.
Brandon Mitchell's a good quarterback. Helped get his team down the field,
And
which led,
also, special teams matters over there at
yeah,
Central Episcopal. They got a kicker right now kicking for the Georgia Bulldogs.
yeah, they do. But speaking of kickers, yeah, how about game-winning field goal as time expired for Ascension Episcopal to win this game against Kenwood?
You love those stories in the playoffs.
Oh yes, you do. You do.
Yeah, absolutely there too. And again, another good matchup between two solid teams that one just had to lose and one just had to win there. And credit to Central Episcopal for getting that win there. I had Kentwood winning in that game, but
Me
again,
too.
it just seemed like again a great game between two really good programs and two really good teams there. And again, a shame that one had to lose there, but man, it's the playoffs, man. Unfortunately, we got some teams that are that's going to be in that same situation there.
Yeah, we look at this game sometimes and we make picks. We say we professionals, but one thing we don't realize about the matchups, and man, that was an incredible matchup, and it led to special teams. Uh, like we talked about last week, to win games. You're going to have to win games on more than just scoring touchdowns in the playoffs. Whether there's a fake field goal to win the game or a 2 point conversion to win the game, as we saw throughout this week, throughout the state, they had a lot of teams missed a lot of extra points and lost games.
Next matchup, we called it a state championship worthy matchup in round number two. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it did not live up to the hype that was surrounded around the 7-10 matchup. A Ouachita Christian beats Southern Lab 38-0. Southern Lab has beat Ouachita Christian the last three times they have met them. Remember one time Southern Lab stunned them live on the Hash It Out show. And think about this. Ouachita Christian quarterback Luke Vidrine is now either, 33-5 or 34-5 as a starter for that program. When you look at Ouachita Christian in this matchup, you go back and say they dominated all three phases of the game. JB.
Yep, exactly what they did. I don't think anybody saw a blowout happening between these two. There were some people that had Waterstar Christian winning, like me. Some had Southern Lab. And it's the type of matchup that people were accustomed to seeing between the two teams when they play. But I didn't see this happen. A 30-0 beatdown from Waterstar Christian. I didn't see this happening. We know this team is very experienced. They bring back so many players from last year's team that got to the dome who wasn't picked to get to the dome. And man, the piece of the puzzle for this team is pretty much together. Pretty much together. Maybe got two more pieces to put in to fulfill everything. But man, that the final score shocked me. It literally did.
Yeah, shocked me too because I was actually talking about it with Peabody coach Jamar Washington, who was the OC over there at Southern Lab a few years ago when they won the state championship. He said he was going to go up there to see that matchup because of course, some of his guys are still over there, and I told him, man, this is going to be a good matchup, and unfortunately, OCS. I mean, just held up their end of the bargain on that one, and the Kittens did not there. But man, again, just continuing to show here. It seems like for Washington, for OCS, um, the way that they ended out the regular season probably left a bad taste in their mouth when they lost to Oak Grove
Yeah,
and losing that way, and to have to sit around for 2 weeks and stew over that. I think they came out extra motivated there, and that right there kind of showed that this was more of a statement for them.
100% agree.
Yep.
Yeah, I spit out my Dr. Pepper when I saw that score. I, I didn't think I thought Lab would have played him a little bit closer. It seemed like they didn't even get off the bus. And it, we always talk about getting 10 points for home, but a 38 to nothing slaughter, that had to be a long bus ride going home. Had to be a long bus ride. A lot of soul searching going home.
And then finally, Riverside, all over Delta Charter 63-6, but this one was kind of expected from the jump once this matchup was made. JB.
Yeah, it was very expected from the jump, and Riverside pretty much did what a lot of people thought would happen, and that was to beat a Delta Charter team very handily, which they did. So Riverside, they're looking good, man, looking good. And that matchup next week, that matchup on Friday, woo, get your popcorn ready. That's all I can
Yes,
say.
Lord.
Yeah, credit to Delta for
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
to this stage here because um you know to get here and because the last 2 years they had the Singleton brothers, Javari and also Tylen. Those two guys were very solid guys, and then they have graduated. A lot of people were kind of wondering who's going to step up now for DC. But then to get a first round playoff win, an upset and a mild upset there, that says a lot there. But again, just too strong. I mean, for Riverside right there, and it definitely showed here why Riverside's a 2 seed for sure.
We had Thursday morning, we always do our more or less. And we started off with Riverside with 4 touchdowns or more to secure this game against a Delta Charter team. It's just that time of the year when the elites start to raise their heads, and the closer we get to the trophy, the closer you see more elites start to raise their heads. So moving along with Riverside, playing a team like Delta Charter, they got a lot of young kids some playing time, and they got a lot of veterans rested. So we're gonna see a big matchup coming up this week.
Big matchup indeed. And this bracket right here got some good ones. Let's talk quarterfinal football, ladies and gentlemen. Rematch time. It is Westminster of Opelousas St. Ed's. They do battle again just, what is it, 3 short weeks ago. Back in week 10, these two teams met. You got Coach Porter's Crusaders knocking on the doorsteps of semi-final football, and you got Coach Shiver's St. Ed's Blue Jays trying to get back at week 10. This time, more is at stake. Early thoughts on this matchup here, 1 versus 9. JB, the sports guy.
Throw everything out the window. Previous matchups from years before, this year, throw it out the window. It's going to be a 4 quarter ball game, and maybe the team that has the ball last gets the win.
Yeah, very similar to that right there. I think this is going to be, again, a much closer ball game. Westminster won this one by 15 points, but now this is a chance for St. Ed's to see if they can make some adjustments in this game here. And I can imagine that this won't be a two-score ball game here. This will be a one-score ball game. This will be a very good game here.
I talked to Coach Porter a lot, and I'm gonna use this for example. One Monday night, Dennis Green made a rant. We all who we thought we was, and we let him off the hook. I think Coach Porter know what he have in his team with the Crusaders. I think that the destiny from the very first day that I went to that campus, he instilled destiny into these kids. And I don't think that when you have a team of destiny, not too many things going to get in their way. So I'm looking forward to see the same type of output from a special type of group of kids. Because when you get kids to buy in like that, they're the number one seed for a reason.
Another game that will be won in the trenches. You look at St. Ed's, two backs ran it for 30 times this past week. And you look at Westminster, just nasty in the trenches. Their front seven is as good as they get. So something's got to give. The place will be packed. Can't wait to see who punches their ticket. No matter what, JB, no matter what, we get a from myself, we get a local in the semifinals.
There you go, brother. There
So
you
there
go.
we go. May the best team win
Mhm.
after 4 quarter war. And then the next one, Ascension Catholic and Catholic Appoint Capee. I don't know which way this one will go. We'll either have a shootout that we will be talking about on Sunday, or we could see one team dominate this matchup. Your early thoughts here, JB.
Shootout. I think we're getting a
There you go.
shootout. But the winner will be the team that could come up with the most stops. Somebody may get one stop, and the other one don't. That'll be your winner. Whoever team get a couple stops on the opposing team, that's your winner. I think in this ball game. But there will be some points put up on that scoring board in this game.
Yeah. The bowl over
Uh,
there is going to be incredible. I
Yeah,
don't, I know, I don't know, I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to NRG Field, but Ascension Catholic better get there early because they won't be able to put them anywhere.
3 words for anybody that is looking at this game: take the over, because there will be a lot of points scored here. There will definitely be a lot of points scored in this ball game here, and it's going to be a track meet for sure.
we getting the prep. We getting the prep. Just be patient. Working our way from the bottom on up. We getting there,
Yeah,
everybody.
I'm going to shock y'all with this one.
We already
It's
did prep.
going
Oh,
it's
we
going to
did.
be a low it's going to be a low scoring game.
Low scoring. Okay.
It's going to be a low scoring game when you got some good backs that's involved with a game like this. See, coaches' main thing is they feel out their players or the heartbeat of their players. Now we talking about one game, last game could potentially be a last game. The team who make the least mistakes going to win this ball game. And we saw these both of these teams throughout the year score some high points. That's why I see why y'all saying it can be high. But I think the smarter coach is going to prevail, and they're going to try to keep this close to the vest as possible to move on the next week.
You look at Catholic
17
Appoint.
14.
You look at Catholic Appoint P, and you look at the running back over there. You look at Ascension Catholic. You look at the running back over there. If I know Coach Carruth, he's welcoming a track meet. If I know Coach over there at Ascension Catholic, he just wants to win the game, no
There you
matter
go.
Yeah,
where it's good defense, good special teams, or good offense. So one of these teams will punch their ticket to Turkey to semifinal week. And if it is Catholic Appoint Capee, just saying if it is, look at the semifinal matchup. It's a district rematch with one of those top two teams up there with
yep,
Westminster and St. Ed. So that
yep.
would be pretty incredible. But St. John Catholic, oof, that's a load there. Next matchup, Hamilton Christian, the 3 seed, and Ascension Episcopal, the 6 seed. This one right here, I think it's the battle of the quarterbacks, JB. Your thoughts, your early thoughts on this one? I don't know where the game's going to be played. They played at Lagrange this past week, but your thoughts on this early fantastic matchup, battle of the quarterbacks, in my opinion.
It may be at Lagrange again. It just depends um, who gets it first, Hamilton Kristen or Lake Charles College Preps. So we'll see what happens. Um, both teams got great quarterbacks, um, but essentially Episcopal, they will have to keep Javon Vital contained in the pocket. If you let him
Mhm.
escape the pocket, you are in trouble. They have to put up a game plan to keep him in the pocket. If they do that, I think essentially Episcopal has a marvelous chance. And I say marvelous, yes, a marvelous chance of leaving Lake Charles with the victory.
Lamar, do you have any stats on both of these teams? Maybe last time they both been to semifinals. I know Blue Gators played for
Uh,
a state title back when Coach I don't want to say Desarmo or Desimo was there.
I could check and see that for you, but I will say this about the game here in total here. This is again an intriguing matchup here. Does Hamilton Christian, do these kids continue to block out the noise here? This is a tough opponent against Ascension Episcopal, a team that definitely wants to keep on pushing further into the playoffs here. Or does Ascension Episcopal, do they take them lightly about this here? So we'll definitely see here. If Hamilton can win this game, then who knows? They might be a team of destiny in this case with these kids right here. But this is going to be an interesting game here. We'll definitely see what happens here in this one.
And anybody want to answer this for me? Is this the best defense that Hamilton will play this season?
The best defense they will play this season. As of
Probably
right
so.
now, as of right
Nick?
now, I'll say yes. But I think there's a better defense they can play in the next round or
Right,
even
but
the state.
up to this point, this would be the best defense
Yeah,
they see this
up to
year.
this point, yes.
Nick?
Yeah, I can honestly say, fellas, this is the first time we could legitimately say we have two number three seeds that's playing each other. Two number three seeds. You know, I know one wearing a six, but Ascension Episcopal, man, I'm telling you, I like them a lot. They can score. They can score at will. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see a track meet in this game. I could guarantee you, no matter who calling and the weather permits, we're gonna see a track meet in this game right here.
And you know, if the game comes down to the third phase, you know where that advantage lies.
Hmm.
The best kicker.
All right. So I took a crack at this last week and I said state championship worthy matchup in round two. Well, I'm going to take another crack at it this week and say state championship worthy matchup in round number three. Washita Christian, Riverside. Let's see if we get it right this time, JB.
You know, go back some years ago when they had to shut down Reserve Christian and all those people that went to that school went to Riverside. And that Riverside has been something special in regards to sports ever since. And they have just a lot of talent. If it's football, basketball, you name it. And right now, this is a talented Riverside team. 2 years ago, got to the dome. Didn't happen last year, but here they are. 2 seed, looking to get back. But Washita Christian, they've been to the dome many times. Are they talented like Riverside? No. But they are a very sound, disciplined team. This gonna be one for the ages. I'm telling you, this gonna come down to the end. I
And
I I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a thought of who to pick yet, but I'm excited. I'm intrigued. This may be a X's and O's game when it comes down to it. Who can figure out something to win this ball game? This is like you said, Jordy. This is a state championship ball game right here between these two.
I like how you said what you just said. That's what the newspaper clippings will read on whether it's over there on Riverside's side or Washita Christian side. They're gonna
Yeah.
say one one for the ages.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with JB as well. I think this is another one of those state championship type games here that OCS going to have to place against here, and it's crazy that they've been doing this kind of since I think probably since week 10, week 8, honestly. Going further, the going back into the early parts of the season here for them. Obviously, in their district here, facing against Faraday, facing against Mangum, facing against Oak Grove. That's a murderer's row right there. But it prepares you at this point. And I think, again, OCS will be prepared here coming forward there. But yes, this will be a state championship type game here between these two teams. Man, it's going to be incredible there. At this one, in my bracket, I had OCS winning, but I would not be shocked here if Riverside wins this one there because this is just going to be an incredible game between both of these teams.
Fellas, that's the game that I will be at. I just spent some time at Riverside yesterday with a turkey drive that UL player Elijah Bill Davis put on for the community. Had a chance
Yeah.
to speak with Coach Lee, and he was telling me, he asked me, he said, which game you going to? I said, Coach, I'm going to be right here. I'm definitely going to be right here because here's the deal. Bear was considered one of the top running backs in the state of Riverside, held them within 150 yards.
Hmm.
Since then, Riverside then reeled off 9 victories in a row. So they are battle tested. They
Yep.
are battle tested to play whatever style that they're going to play. And I'm going to throw a name at you. Coach Chris Lachey is the defensive coordinator. They are trying to atone back for the loss against Southern Lab to make it to the dome. This is going to be one for the ages because this is the season that they're about to start the bonfires over there in reserve. So
You're
let's
right.
go, Rebels, and get ready for a good one Friday night.
Nick, touchdown to cause hell Friday night, baby. Enjoy your time there. Can't wait to see Luke Vidrine and company make the road trip down. It's going to be a fun one. We'll see what happens on Friday night. Washita Christian Riverside. My most intriguing game. Nick, you would say the same?
I would say the same. And they're going to beat them out. If you ever go to Riverside, they beat them out.
Lamar?
Hmm? Yeah, it should be a very good one. Should be a very good one for sure.
Nick? Most, not Nick, JB, most intriguing
Oh,
game?
Hey, yeah. Riverside OCS, baby. That's it right there.
Mhm.
yeah, I
There
agree.
we go.
I almost didn't
Let's
understand the question at first, but I agree on that one.
let's shift gears. Let's go Division Three non-select, guys.
All right.
Okay.
Let's take a look at this bracket here, and we're gonna reel off because this one had upsets, this one had overtime shootouts, this one had statements, this one had comebacks for the century, this one had even a team scoring 70 plus. Here we go in this one. We start off with the Gina Giants. No ring rust for Gina. They coming off the bye week and they score on the very first play of the game. And then they do not look back against a St. Helena team that could score. But Gina, you better score with them because if not, you're going to get left behind. 48-14, Gina Giants march to Turkey Week, JB.
Yeah, if you're not able to get stops on Gina or score with them, you're in trouble because that's a high power offense right there, man. And Gina Giants, um, able to do what they wanted to do against this team, St. Helena, and they're on to the next round. Once again, Gina, I think for the third year in a row into the quarterfinals.
Yep, third year in a row for sure for this Genius squad here, and getting fourth time in 6 years, and it's continuing to be something that Coach Rourke is continuing to build over there and building a culture over there. And look, it all starts again with Cedric Wilson and Daniel Hatcher. Both of those guys, they can get you at any given time there. They both can run for about 100 yards there. And again, they're so unselfish, where if one has a big night, the other one is cheering for him. The other has a big night, the other one's cheering for him.
Yeah.
And Cedric Wilson, 251 and 2 touchdowns. Daniel Hatcher, 121 and 2 touchdowns. Combined all the way through, it was 372 and 4 touchdowns. When you can have a running game that is very potent just like that, you're saying that says something right there. So this Genetech train continues to roll right along.
When we look at the Gina Giants, and even in Division Three, it's going to be all about the running games for anybody. And the word on the street in Division Three is run the football, and you're going to have success. And we saw it from starting off from last year, how to beat prominent teams in this district. Gina Giants to continue to keep going with their track meet, they're gonna run the football. And look, the scores are showing they're putting up some numbers.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of their opponent next week, another team that can score some points and score, did they? In this second round matchup, Mansfield Marksville gave you game of the night in the entire state of Louisiana. Overtime, failed 2-point conversion. Mansfield at home wins it 62-60. What a game, JB. What a game.
You said it. What a game is right, man. Man, it's a great win for Mansfield for stopping the 2-point conversion. It's a tough way to lose for Marksville for not getting it, man. But end of the day, they gave us an instant classic here in the LHSAA playoffs. Somebody got to win, somebody got to lose, and credit both teams for the fight that they put in this ball game. But Mansfield getting the stop on a 2-point conversion to get the win.
Lamar, I look at this game here and I look at your Marksville Tigers and I think to yourself, with so much talent coming back playing in this type of game, that's going to be so good for them moving forward.
Absolutely. And the crazy thing about this, I was talking about it with one of my broadcast partners, um, Brad Foster from the radio station that we did some of the games. We were talking about this game, and this kind of had shades of that Ash Rustin game from like 7 years ago, where high scoring game went to overtime, and one of our teams lost in by on a 2-point conversion in OT. And again, this Marksville team, I mean, they got the best of their days coming forward. I know, yes, they're going to lose Armani Benjamin, who had an incredible year in his first year of playing football overall. But
Yeah.
Devin Lavallee, box office guy, man, accounted for 337 yards, and he had 6 touchdowns, 5 of them rushing, and so he really put the team on his back. Unfortunately, it was just a little bit shy there, but he definitely put the team on his back. And then you got the Hughes kid over there at Mansfield. He ran for 185 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he continues to show why he's box office as well. Again, just one of those games that unfortunately nobody you didn't want to just see lose in that case, because I was looking at that game. I was looking for updates of that ball game while I was at the Ash game there, and it's just like points going forward and all that stuff. My phone was even blowing up at that point. So just all the way through, great game.
Yeah, I could honestly say, fellas, I never been part of a high scoring game, even witness a game like that. When you say 60-62, my first impression is them throwing touchdown passes, and to have a running back to score 5, 6 touchdowns to win in a 62-60 football game, man, I'm telling you, that's my dream. And I just haven't had a chance to see one yet like that.
100% agree with you there. Jealous I didn't get to see it in person. Those kids put on a show, and those fans will have a memory for a lifetime walking away from that second round matchup, guys. Let's go to this next matchup, ERAV and Union Parish. You look at this matchup and you say ERAV dominated every stats category you can offer. But at the end of the day, if you ain't got more points on that scoreboard, none of it matters. And Union Parish, Coach Spat knows how to turn it up to a new gear when playoff football comes around. I wouldn't bet against that man in postseason football. His win percentage his win percentage in November is incredible. But you look at this former team, they are battle tested, JB. 14-9 final score. Farmers knock off ERAF, and a dream season comes to an end.
Coach Battleford doesn't care about a regular season record. He doesn't. He goes out and puts together a tough 9 district schedule, plays tough teams to get his team ready for the playoffs. Now, had a tough game against ERAP. They're battle tested. They were ready. But when you listen to these stats, plays run, ERAT 83, Union Parish 26. First
Mhm.
downs, ERAT 22, Union Parish 5. Third downs, ERAT 11 of 20, Union Parish 1 of 6. Fourth downs, ERAT 2 of 6. So Union Parish wins 14 to 9. I want to know, were there turnovers ERAT committed? I don't know about. Were there a lot of penalties ERAT committed? I don't know about. Because when you see those stats in your mind, you're like, how did ERAT lose this game? I don't know. But some kind of way, Union Parish won this game 14 to 9, and then moving on, and I picked them to win. But looking at that, I don't know how they won Lamar. I don't.
Probably a block
Hey,
kick.
I heard it was a blocked punt. Really, really
Yeah.
did some damage and all that also.
Okay. I know from what I got right here, Robert Hambrick for Union Parish was dominant. He had a sack and he had a total of nine tackles. Caden Johnson and Braxton Patterson were the ones that scored the touchdowns for Union Parish.
yeah, I'm
Lamar
looking at the scores. I'm looking at the score stream right now,
and Coach Tucson.
and it
Coach
definitely.
Tucson checks into the chat right now. Um, a coach for Union Parish. He says we blocked a punt and had an interception.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go. That's it.
I
That's it
needed to
right
know.
there.
Yep.
That's it right there. And then, of course, also looking at the score stream on Max Preps, I see that they also had an 80-yard touchdown for an 80-yard pass for a touchdown. So that also helps out a whole lot there too. And so again, one explosive play can really set everything. And JB, you were looking at the same thing I was looking at here because I was just looking at
Yeah,
that
I'm on
same
Max
thing
Preps
in
too.
there, and well, actually, I was looking at Facebook for the stat thing, and I was
Okay.
like, "Oh, I'm gonna get him with this," and then JB had my stat. I was like,
And
"Well,
then you
all
you have
right,
to
I'm
go
just
back.
gonna."
You got to go back to the fourth down strip sack right there at the end of the game. So Union
Yeah.
Parish's defense, when it mattered the most, came up with the big plays to get a road victory. It was a business trip, and business trip, you could check that box off. They are moving on to the quarterfinals. Nick Campbell.
Business trip was well said because we talked about this last week again. Good teams find ways to win, especially in a crush time moment. Being in hostile environments can get wins. Good coaches get wins. So kudos to Union Parish. I got one of my Union Parish guys live in St. Charles Parish, and the closer they get to the game, he tries his best to go see Union Parish.
Yeah. We look at this next matchup, Kaplan and Kinder. We looked at this game and said this one could be a great one. Well, Kinder jumped out to a 40-13 lead, and I think that they let off the gas a little bit, JB, because here came the Pirates storming back to make this a close game, but it was too much of a deficit for them to overcome. Jumping out to a 40-13 lead, they hang on at home to 40-27 final. Yellow Jackets are back in the quarterfinals. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are the Yellow Jackets were ready to play this ball game. They were ready at all costs. Playing against a good Kaplan team that we know about. But man, credit the coaching staffs, credit the players being ready to play. To win that game 40-27. Not an easy task, but they were able to hold on for that victory.
Yeah, Kinder continues to show why they're one of the top teams in that bracket right there. I'm pretty sure Isaiah Thomas, the quarterback that they have over there, and of course their receiver, I'm pretty sure they had a pretty good rapport there, showing from what they scored out there tonight. At that night, putting up 40 points, definitely seems like that they were humming right along there. And so, credit to Kinder, but also credit to Kaplan here for continuing, like you said, getting that first round upset and also getting themselves into this stage here to the regional round. No easy task there.
Kendall did what they had to do at home. They handled business. You can't let up on anybody throughout the playoffs, whether you uh trying to get some up and coming young guys playing time or what, but this all go is what these youngsters call it is all gas now. So kudos to Kendall for punching their ticket. Upset could have been easily favored for Kaplan by them having a really good season. But I'm very interested to see how Kendall handle themselves moving forward.
Shout out to Coach Reed and company and getting the Yellow Jackets back to quarterfinal week. And I guess it's too early to announce. That's where Under the Lights will be next week. Nick
Union
Kinder
Paris
Union
Kinder?
Kinder Union Parish. So that will where we will be next week to celebrate quarterfinal football and also our 150th stream we've ever done.
Wow. We both
So
been in it for 7 years and you 50 ahead of me, but I don't stream. I will send yours to Devin because he will want to see that Union Parish game.
there you go. And I know there's gonna be a lot of former fans that want to watch that game. So a great option for us to bring them that one if they can't get on the road because of the holidays.
Jordan, I'll be looking at that one very closely because I'm gonna be at the other matchup of that one too for Gina and Mansfield. So
Sweet. Okay.
there you go.
Next up, St. James and Manny. These two teams all too familiar with each other, but this is not a couple years ago. This is 2025, and the St. James Wildcats are a different beast whenever these two teams meet this go around. 53-13, St. James rolling to Turkey Week. They're getting comfortable being there. They already have their plates they used a year ago, and also what they want to drink. So there you go there. St. James, could this be the year, JB?
Third time the charm, right? That's what we're saying. They've been there the past 2 years and lost, man. I don't want to see St. James be that 2006 through 2008 Archbishop Shaw team that got there 3 years in a row and lost. I don't want to see that happen, man. But St. James has so many weapons, and one of the main weapons is still out hurt. That's
Mm-hmm.
the crazy part. They have so many weapons. I mean, we got the big Villanova brother, the younger brother Villanova, and
Jaden.
who?
Jaden.
Jaden, yeah, Jackias and Jaden, and other weapons that's getting the balls and scoring touchdowns. There are so many weapons that it just makes them too dangerous. Manny couldn't stop all those weapons. That was their problem. It's just too many to try to hold, man. And St. James was able to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean St. James was. I know our guy Chris Singleton. He was asking me about the St. James Manny game, and he was asking me, tell me about Manny right now. I'm like, well, they're not the Manny of old. I mean, they're getting there, but
Hmm.
I told him, look, St. James is probably going to handle them pretty easily in this case, and it definitely showed right there. Again, it just was different levels right there. St.
Yeah,
James has been there before, has been to this point here. They're trying to get right back down to the dome. And this is a Manny team that's, again, trying to build something under Coach Hassel. And I think he will build something under them. But again, Friday was not the night there. It was all about St. James. They continue to show why that they're one of the stronger teams, and they're continuing to show why that they're one of the favorites of trying to get right back down to the dome this season. So, man, this that's going to be a good one there.
Yeah, I got one real good thing to say about the St. James team is maturity. And having a bullseye on your back coming from the dome, it takes a mature team to go out there with and block out all the stuff that people are saying win, lose, or draw. They had a pretty much gauntlet type of schedule themselves and wind up being a number 3 seed. But more is less in that case because St. James lost, but they learned a lot more about some of the up and coming running backs and wide receivers that they need to make that run to get them to Poitras.
Oak Grove, Richwood. No drop off from Oak Grove. Coach Gregory just has his Tiger Ball Club back into Turkey Week. It's an Oak Grove team that we thought senior class is gone. It was one of those senior classes that will be remembered for a lifetime. But now you got a new group of guys that want to be playing in these type of games, and they take care of a Richwood team that ended the season off on a positive note. They finished the season strong. They got in the playoffs and they got to second round. But Oak Grove, been there, done that, done it again. They're back into Turkey Week. Thoughts on Oak Grove, 42-0 over Richwood. JB.
Yeah, I said last year about Oak Grove, it was be a learning experience moving up for that first year. Now here they are. Oak Grove, we pretty much know, always getting and deep into the playoffs, and here they are, um, quarterfinal week, dominated Richwood 42-0, able to run the ball on Richwood at ease. So now they got to come down to Vacherie, man, and that's going to be one hell of a ball game come Friday night.
Yeah, I think this was a statement for Oak Grove too, and letting everybody know that hey, look, even though we've moved up, we might be one of the smaller teams here in this class. We're not going away without a fight, and that definitely showed in that game right there. And so, like you said, that game this week, between them and St. James, that's going to be a really good one. Can't wait to really break that one down there. But again, Oak Grove, their defense continues to play like this. They got a chance, man. And that's the part of the reason why that bottom half of that bracket is a strong part of that bracket, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when we look at it, Oak Grove of old, Oak Grove of new. Eventually, they're gonna have to punch their ticket and beat somebody to claim that to get their claim to fame back towards prominence. So it's gonna be very interesting to see this game from afar. I would love. I know it's gonna be streamed, so I'm short of yet of hearing the horn. But I think Oak Grove, if they can get past that horn this weekend, they could probably do some damage on the football field.
Lowerville Church Point, a game that a lot of us in the Acadiana area had our eyes on because it was so intriguing, and it was one of those where we said, man, if we had 2, 3, 4, 18 broadcast crews for Under the Lights, that was one of them that we wanted to see in person. Lowerville, Blake Delcom turns it on when the playoffs comes around, guys. Church Point erased a huge deficit, fall just short after a failed onside kick. This one had everything you want and more between two small town football teams that turn it on when the playoffs come around. Lowerville Church Point 42-39. Lowerville Tigers will be dancing quarterfinal bound.
They surely are. They fought Church Point. You know, they fought hard to get that comeback, but just fell short, like you said. Credit Church Point for not giving up, showing a lot of perseverance, man, and showing that fight, man. You got to credit them for that. But Laurelville were able to hold them off, and they're moving on.
Yeah, great matchup that I definitely wish I could have also seen. It's crazy that, a 42-39 matchup probably isn't the most exciting one of this bracket there. I mean, thanks to Mansfield and and Marksville putting up a lot of points there.
What
But
happened,
yeah, this
JB?
seems to be
What
Go
happened?
ahead, go finish, Lamar. I'll say it
You
after.
won
I'll
your
say it after. Go
you
ahead,
won your
Lamar.
fantasy football or something over there?
No, no, this bigger than that. This bigger than that. Go ahead, Lamar.
Right.
Let Lamar go first, and I'll say it.
JB, real quick,
Uh,
JB, I'm trying to watch this Iowa Northwest game over again in my distance right here. I still don't know what interception you're talking about, so I'm still watching. Lamar, go ahead.
it's all good. I thought it was dancing at Devontae Adams scored another
no,
touchdown, but
that
hey,
ain't
it's
it.
all
That
good.
ain't. I'm gonna tell you in a second.
But it's all good. Nah, I just wanted to say, look, it's crazy that this high scoring game was a good another good one there between two good teams there. Again, just one of those teams had to win, one of those teams had to lose, and again, Laurelville continued to show why that they had a good season, that they had a good team there. Church Point, good season for them. Unfortunately, just came up a little bit short there. But Laurelville moving on. That's it.
All right. Before you go, Nick, I just got a text back from a legendary coach.
All right, break the internet.
Yeah, and he's gonna be a special guest on the Hash It Out show on Tuesday. He's gonna come on at
Yeah,
seven
I
25.
coach high school softball, so it couldn't be. It's me, right?
Yeah, when we get the softball season. I got you. I got you. Um, Evangel's head coach, Coach Duran, is going to join us on
Nice,
the Hash It Out show on Tuesday at
Okay,
7:25.
nice.
So,
nice.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous, But man, I tell you what, I would love to see the score at halftime of that game because you can tell from the ending of the game, there was a lot of adjustments being made, and we're in a chess type of era when we talking about quarterfinals, semifinals. Man, those coaches, bro, when they go to bed at night, they live for scenarios. And Jordan, you say you coach softball, your lineup be your pitching lineup rotation be chopped up, diced up, sliced up through innings just as well as these football coaches. So you know what I'm talking about. But classic
I
high
tell you,
school football,
I
classic
tell you
high
what,
school football game.
I tell you what, Nick. My softball girls hate football season
Mm-hmm.
because they know I'm not there for majority of the workouts and practice. So they saying I'm putting football over softball season. I said it ain't February yet. But other than that, yeah. And then finally, Sterlington, a big 71 piece on Donaldsonville. 71-26. Coach Lee Doty has his team looking like they're trying to go back to back.
yeah, they're letting people know. Don't forget about us. Don't forget about us. We are the defending state champions, and we not here just to be here. We here once again to show everybody that we can win the state championship, and that was a dominating performance against Donaldsonville. So Sterlington starting to starting to play on all cylinders, man, looking real good. And I think a lot of us hoping for that state championship rematch in the semis, and we'll see what happens. As long as nobody don't go dancing on the emblem, man. We saw that in the last two games from the winning team.
Jesus, man.
Man, talk about a statement. Talk about a statement. That's a statement right there. Hanging 71 points on a very good team. And that's what Sterlington continue to do. Again, to continue to show why they're dangerous. And man, Coach Doty has those boys locked in at this point. They know what the goal is. They know that they want to try to repeat. And you know, if they continue to play like this, man, they got a good chance of doing that.
Can I share something with y'all?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
This is an embarrassment because we got 71 points from one team. One team is a running team, and another team is a spread team. So that tells me that the spread team gave up the ball that many times to score 71 points. Man, that's embarrassing. Because I didn't, if you look at it, everybody know Sterlington does what really well. They run the football.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
according to this score, Donaldsonville had to turn that ball over at least 8 to 10 times for that score to climb that high.
Which play do you think I just watched, JB, that where I had to rewind it 3 times?
That Northwest interception from the sideline camera.
No, sir.
Oh, the,
The
the pick six then. The pick six from the side.
it's it's Northwest's Kevon Johnson running through somebody's face mask.
Oh man. Whew.
Mm.
My God.
Lethal. Lethal.
Nasty.
Sterlington's just it's just too well coached, man.
They are.
They're too well coached. They're too physical, and they would do that to majority of the teams around the state of Louisiana. But they're in mid-season form. They're in postseason form. So watch out for the Panthers trying to go defend their crown. Quarterfinal matchups. Gina Mansfield 1 versus 8 All right, you thought you had 62-60 in the other game. You want 70. You might see it again.
You might. You might. Maybe on one side. I don't know, but Gina just Gina special. That's all I'm gonna say about that this matchup. I mean, Mansfield looking for the upset. If they get that upset, oh man, they're gonna be the
Mm-hmm.
hottest team we talk about next week. But we'll see if they'll be up for the challenge. Let's see if they can conquer that challenge.
Yeah. Shout out to all three shout out to all three DeSoto Parish teams that are going to be celebrating quarterfinal football, Lamar.
Yeah, definitely do here. And for Mansfield, this is their first quarterfinal run since 1993. So shout out to my guy 14-0 Productions for break dropping that stat there. And so for the Wolverines, I mean, this is a good time for them. It's crazy here that, and I was talking about it with Brad earlier today too, that these two teams scrimmaged against each other at LC um 15 weeks ago, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, and now we see them playing against each other in the quarterfinals, and little did we knew that this was gonna happen like this. So those script writers, they were working overtime in this one, but man, again, I think you got this Mansfield team that can put up a lot of points. You got this Gina team that can put up a lot of points. I'm ready for this game. I'm really ready for this game and to see what Gina can do against Mansfield, but also what Mansfield can do here in this case. Here
Mm-hmm.
again, these kids weren't born when the last time that they made it to this stage of the playoffs. So is the moment going to be too big for them? How do they handle it? We're going to definitely see that from the first play of the game for sure. And I get a chance to see it, so I can't wait.
Enjoy yourself, man. Turkey Week football, it's nothing better. Nick, thoughts on Gina Mansfield?
Yeah, since week two, I've been on the Gina Giants bandwagon. I would love to see that Gina St. James dome matchup a little bit different, from the years past. So I'm gonna just still hitch my horse with Gina. And Mansfield season is great, had a great season, but the Giants been since the beginning of the season they've been pouring it on.
Better score with them. Daniel Hatcher, Cedric Wilson, exclamation points. There you go. Union Parish Kinder live on Under the Lights. It will be the 150th, and it'll also be a rematch of last year's quarterfinal matchup that was dominated by the Farmers. This one right here feels a little bit different this go around. Kinder really went into the off season and changed their mentality to be in these type of games. So I'm intrigued to see second go round between these two because we know Union Parish football in the postseason is just different.
It is very different, but I'm intrigued to see if Kinder can stop Union Parish offense. I'm
I
intrigued
think
to see that they can
I
do it.
think I think Kinder is gonna want to get into a shootout with him, in my opinion.
Okay, okay, and that may favor them getting a shootout with them. It may favor them. Um, but it's a very intriguing matchup. Congratulations on your 150th stream coming up with this game, JT. And be a good ball game. But I just want to see if they. I mean, because Erad was able to get them to get some stops, holding 14 points. That's hard to do. If they can do that and not turn the ball over, then Kinder got a good shot. But if it goes to a shootout, they got a good shot as well.
Yeah, I'm a girl on. Kendall can put up some points, and as expected, Union Parish can play junkyard dog type of football. They showed it all season. This is going to be one of those that I'm going to have on my pad watching Friday night. To see if the score is going to be the abundance, 55-52 or 35-34, something like that. So both of them will be able to put up some numbers. And we talking about Kendall, man. They didn't hit 60 twice this year. at
R
least
eight
two
six.
times.
You
Huh?
said that? I said R 86.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, we looking for all 8-6. We're gonna look for it. Whoever comes out, we're gonna see who's gonna play it. Get the best stop when it's the right time.
There you go. So we'll have a lot to talk about on Wednesday night about that matchup with the UTL guys. This next matchup, St. James Oak Grove, no shy of football tradition between these two schools here. Winner has a date in the semifinals. Oak Grove, St. James. We get a great one here in the quarterfinals, JB.
Do get a great one. Oak Grove coming with that smash mouth offense. Want to hit you in your mouth first. St. James, physical as well, but running that spread. We said it last week. St. James, pretty much second round quarters, and if they get to the semis, pretty much going to be facing teams maybe that runs that option veer type of offense. So it should help their defense every week be better and be better prepared for the type of offenses that their defense may face. So they face Manny with it now. A better team than Manny comes Oak Grove. So let's see if their defense is up to the task and being able to stop that type of offense again.
Yeah, this is going to be um, a good, probably the best game in this quarterfinal matchup right here because you got a St. James team that really wants to get right back down to the dome. But also, you got an Oak Grove team that, again, stepping up in play and now facing against one of the top echelon teams in this bracket here. And so um, I'm interested in seeing what this is going to be. If it was last year, it definitely would say St. James would probably have it right here in this case because I think they would just been a little bit more powerful than Oak Grove here. But I think now that Oak Grove knows what to take in this bracket right here, that kind of helps them out a little bit more in this case here. This is going to be a good matchup. This is going to be a good fight. Um, and the winner of this one has another good fight next week. So I can't wait.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
i I'm gonna just go on the record of saying this is elite type of football, and for Oak Grove to really take a major step, they wanted to step up in class. They're here. They're supposed to be the team with a little bit more to them this year. If they want to be and make a statement like they did early on and won it, they're going to step up to St. James and make this a really good game and give themselves a chance to win.
Troy says first time meeting between the two schools. Going to
Yeah,
be interesting
I
with so
believe it's
much championship history and dome experience between the two. It's strange to see this as the first time meeting between the two
Yeah.
schools.
yeah,
183 game.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm
183 and they moved up. So yeah, I, I believe it.
Lowerville, Sterlington. We get this matchup here in the quarterfinals, guys. 7 versus 2. Tall task for the Tigers, but any given Friday, spot the football and then let the boys go play, right?
That's why you play the game. Spot it. And let's see what happens on the field. Tough task for Lauraville. Tough task. They're gonna be up for the task though. So let's see what happens, man. Sterlington is just a different monster right now. So we'll see what happens, but Lauraville's gonna come with it. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. And sometimes that one you just need that one shot to get over that hump. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see what happens here in this case. I mean, again, this is a Louisville team that's not going to go away. They're not going to go away. And so, but Sterlington is also going to be ready at this one too here. So if you're Louisville, I mean, you got to treat this as your state championship game because this is a state champion right here. And so, like you said, you got to take this shot here, and hopefully that you can be able to try to do that in order to win this one.
Cheese, I just said they moved up. I didn't say they decided just to move up. I just said they moved up.
Hey, this this is the tail of the tape right here. And with Lauraville, we never know about a magical season, and matchups. I could be honest and tell you, I saw Sterlington a couple games throughout the season, and they are the same aggressive style type of team. But when you get teams like that, you got to cater your game to win that game. So it's going to be a very, very interesting game if this game is close in the full quarter.
They're gonna have to run Blake Delcom until he can't run no more. Sterlington, oof, they loaded. My most intriguing game is the game I'm covering.
There you go. There you go.
JB,
St. James Oak Grove.
Lamar.
Mm. Yeah, Union Paris Kinder. I mean, I think that's a good one. I didn't get a chance to talk about that one, but man, that's going to be a very good one there. Can Union Parish, neutralize that speed against Kinder?
Union Parish, Kenda, they got a lot of Union Parish folks still think they're here. We'll see.
Division Three select bracket. We start off with these scores here, and LCA beats Parkview Baptist 57-10. They celebrate homecoming after the Week 10 forfeit. So congratulations there, making sure they get their homecoming night in.
That's right.
Catholic in Liberia, the state champs, still dancing. They knock off Bunkie 41-13. You look at that matchup and you say to yourself, too much Owen Morris, guys, in that game there. What else we have here? We have Dunham rolls past Northlake Christian 62-3. Newman beats Menard 42-13. Jewel Sumner beats Slaughter Community Charter 42-20. Calvary Baptist rolls past Country Day 66-30. Lafayette Renaissance beats Amite 18-6. And Notre Dame gets the win over De La Salle 28-19. We go back to these matchups real quick. Thoughts, LCA, just tuning up for a big one next week with no problems here with Parkway.
Yeah, LCA. Able to dominate Parkview Baptist. Um, and it's their homecoming. They didn't get to play a game week 9 or week 10, so they couldn't do their homecoming. So they did it now. So congrats to them. That puts them now at 9-1. So 9-1 record for LCA, and we know who the one is in that 9-1.
Well, they
Right,
get to 10
cheese.
and 1.
Right, cheese.
You heard?
What'd you say?
I said we get to 10 and 1.
Who LCA?
Yeah. 10 and 9-1 regular season, and then the win against Parkview Baptist.
Oh, you count the forfeit. I got you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Okay. 10-1. The one. We know who the one is, right, cheese? There we go.
Lamar, real quick.
Yeah, about this bracket. I mean, I think again LCA continues to show why they are LCA at this point. I was really surprised about the Bunky game. I thought they had a much better,
Well, we're going
closer
to that one.
matchup
We're going to
against.
that one next.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
Real
My
quick on
bad. But
LCA.
yeah, LCA continues to show why they're LCA. That's it.
Nick,
I was in shock. I heard Parkway is a basketball school now, so 57 points to 10. I was like, I didn't expect to see that, but Lafayette Christian been flexing their muscle all year.
Yeah.
absolutely. The next matchup, the Findon State champs went into Bunkie. It was the 8-9 matchup here. Catholic in New Iberia and Bunkie. This game was 13-13 before the defending state champs finished the game on a 28-0 run, JB. Owen Morris, huge game Friday night.
Yeah, Owen Morris, man, he separated himself from the pack, man. Picked it up for his team, put his team on his back, and got the job done. Um, I mean, in order to become the champs, you got to beat the champs, right? And right
Mhm.
now, the defending state champs, they're still moving. 41-13. Um, 20 something. I can't even get my math right. I'm getting like VK. 28 points unanswered from since halftime, man. To win 41-13 just speaks volumes. And I mean, they had to make some type of adjustments. Something they saw in the first half, and they corrected it, and then they just exploded on Bunky.
Yeah, absolutely there. And again, dark day for the two of Oil's Parish teams. Unfortunately, they lost in the same week. So that's a tough one there. But yeah, um I thought this was going to be a much closer game. I thought Bunky was going to match up pretty well for them. I thought that the time that they would probably lose would be against LCA, unfortunately. But again, the Catholic New Iberia continues to show why they are the champions, and they had a good game plan against this Bunky team, just a little bit too strong for them, and that's why that was why they're in that case. The Big Red Panthers won that one, but unfortunately, it was not the Bunky Panthers there.
Speaking from a guy from that area of the field, right? That covers Avoyles Parish or Sinlaw, I guess you could
Yeah,
say. So they're
yeah.
gonna come for us. They're gonna come for us if they don't know where you're from.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely there. But like I said, again, Catholic do be a great game, great season for them. They continue to roll right along. I've been looking at them this year. They've been definitely one of my top teams starting off the season, and of course, was impressed about them in the dome too. So,
Mhm.
there you go.
Yeah, we talked about this 8-9 matchup last week, and we was talking about how the elites will raise their heads and show who they are. We even talked about the game at the number 2 spot. So Cali New Iberia, they did what they're supposed to do, and Viking fashion, they went out and they took care of everybody, and the score didn't even indicate how uh surmountable the lead was, 41-13 against a 8 seed. I was quite impressed with Cali New Iberia moving forward.
Yeah, a well-coached Catholic New Iberia team. They turned on the switch there. Defense played extremely well moving forward, and the offense got going. So 41-13 there. The defending state champs go play Turkey Week. Dunham, Coach Coach Neil Weiner's Dunham team continues to look good. Elijah Haven starting to heat up, guys. He's got a 6'5" target on the outside. South Alabama commit. Mr. Washington, huge problem on the outside for opposing defenses. And 62-3. Elijah Haven starting to heat up, JB.
Yeah, he's heating up at the right time, right when they need him the most, and big time dominant win for Dunham.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, I'm interested in seeing what the stat line looked for Elijah Haven there, but I'm pretty sure it was a ridiculous stat line for sure.
Yeah, when you're talking about we sitting in the right before the holidays. We know Elijah Haven is a really good basketball player. Also, I think he thought he missed the first game by putting up 62 points in a convincing passion over North Lake Christian. Man, I'm looking forward to see how this side really turns out.
This next matchup, Dunham, it was Newman and Menard. And Newman beat Menard 42-13. Newman really set the tone of the game with the opening kickoff return for a touchdown. Ever since they made the switch at quarterback, Jake Randall, the Greenies has looked like a new team, JB.
Yeah, I saw that firsthand when they played South Plaquemines. Jake Randall being moved to quarterback, and he's been phenomenal. Able to get the ball out of his hands, finding open receivers, and then he could take off and run. So he's a dual threat quarterback. So he's very dangerous, man. And Holy State Menard had their hands full with him, as you can see.
Oh,
Yeah, shout out to the Eagles. I mean, good season for them there, but again, this Newman team was just so tough, just too tough there for them, and again, they continue to show why that they are right up there with the elite there. So shout out to the Greens. They had a great game plan with that one, and just took it from the word go.
remember Numa was one of those teams that was breaking in a new coach, and coach probably don't know half the kids, learning the kids the way they move about. Nonetheless, to play St. Charles Riverside the first 2 weeks of the season, made their quarterback change, and now they cooking with fish grease.
We take a look at this next matchup. It was Jewel Sumner and Slaughter Community Charter. This was a 42-20 ball game here, but it was close early, guys. This was a 21-20 halftime lead between Jewel Sumner and Slaughter Community Charter. So a great first half, and then the Cowboys went and scored 21 straight second half points to pull away to punch their ticket to Turkey Week. Joe Sumner, 20-2 in the last 2 years, JB.
Yeah, it's crazy. 20-2 the last 2 years, and they've gotten better and better and better as time goes on. First undefeated season, district championship, buying the first round playoffs, and getting this playoff win. They tightened up them cowboy boots and went to work in the second half to get that win, and got a tough task come Friday night.
You ready to make your announcement or no?
I'll make it when you finish the next games.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like Jill Sumner continues to show here. They're making that they keep on trying to crack that glass ceiling right now, and so good win for them to move on into the next round for them, and so credit to them for continuing to progressing and moving up.
How about them Cowboys? Hey man, Jules Sumner Cowboys. I owe y'all a big apology. Last week we was talking about, are they for real? I was saying, are they
You,
for real?
yeah,
Remember that?
you.
And look, I'm a man of my word. I can say it when I'm wrong. And kudos and shout out to them for pulling off, man, and keep that momentum going because we want to see you punch that ticket to play one of these two tops that's at the bottom of that bracket. So kudos to Jules Sumner, man. I 42-40. You did that. You could tell that was some halftime adjustments right there.
Yeah.
So they could pull that game 3 touchdown lead ahead. I'm impressed with them.
Yeah, saw Joe Sumner up close and personal in Week 10 against a meet, so I'm a fan for sure, and we'll see if they can get past a really good program in North Louisiana. You got Calvary Baptist beating Country Day 66-30. And correct me if I get his last name wrong, guys. But Calvary Baptist head coach Gwynn Rodney
Ewing.
Ewan has his
Yeah, Ewing.
program once again in Turkey Week. Calvary Baptist, one of those powerhouses in North Louisiana, year in and year out. They will be in quarterfinal week and beyond, and we get them again, and they put up a 66 spot here in round two. JB.
Yeah, jumped on Cavalry, Country Day very early. Um, just the program that knows how to win. Coach Powell and his staff and his crew, Country Day, and they're learning that now, and it's going to be better forward come next year. Be honest with you, credit Coach Powell and Country Day on the season they've had, but Calvary Baptist knows how to win. Jumped on them early, never looked back, and was dominant from start to finish.
Yeah, definitely. I absolutely got to agree with that one too. I mean, Calvary has just been one of those teams overall here, and continuing to showcase the reason why they've been doing so well. I mean, looking at the box score here, Braylon Huglon had 6 catches, 122 yards, 3 touchdowns. Looked like their quarterback threw for 5 touchdowns in that game there. So, again, it just seemed like it was standard fare for the Cavaliers there, and the Cavs continue to roll right along and playing for Turkey Day as always.
Yeah, the Cavaliers is something special, man. got to witness them in a state championship against St. Charles a couple years ago. Uh, Watching how they was designed, I thought they'll be back in dominant fashion of the cavalry of old. But saying that to say this, man, I love watching good games, especially when you can score and pass. So Calvary Baptist is putting up 66 points. They didn't arrive. They back throwing that thing all around. And hopefully we can see them down on Portage in a good matchup with this juggernaut in Lafayette Christian.
Lafayette Renaissance beats a meet
Hold
18.
on, JT. Do my announcement right quick.
Well, let's go to the end of the bracket, then you got it.
All right, no problem. Cool, cool, cool.
Lafayette Renaissance beats a meet 18-6. First playoff win in school history. Remember, this is only second year as a program. They were down 6-0 at halftime, reeled off 18 unanswered. Shout out to Coach Landry, shout out to Coach Falk, getting that team to a playoff win over another team with great history and tradition in the A-Meet Warriors, guys.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about it. Coach Landry and Coach Falk. I don't know what they put together at halftime, or I don't know if they guys just needed a motivational talk, but whatever they did, it worked. Didn't look back. 18 unanswered points to win that game against a great A meet team says a lot about um their characteristic of the team being able to fight back to win that game, and shows you that this program is on the rise. It's on the rise with Coach Landry and Coach Falk. Is on the rise.
Yeah.
And like I said, you just never forget your guess you never forget your first turkey day there. The game there. So in this case there for LRCA, I mean, I continue to say this. I remember seeing their first game when they came up to Peabody, and again, it was just new for them. And they've continued to take those steps for those last 4 years and to get themselves a good program. It's been amazing. And for them to knock off a power, that definitely shows that they're in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a small scale, Coach Landry and Coach Falk, man, they got a championship of mine, so I know they are some game planners. They prepare. Having a young school like that to go and take on a Louisiana Power and they meet and get that victory, man. Kudos to them and their coaching staff, man, for moving on to the next round. But it's only can get better from here for them.
Yeah.
And then we look at the final game that happened in this bracket. It was De La Salle and it was Notre Dame. 28-19 was the final score in this one. I've learned that you shouldn't bet against Coach Cook in the playoffs.
There you go.
That man has seen it all, and he knows how to get his team ready. When majority of the state was counting them out in this ball game, JB, your thoughts on this one right here? I know we have a big injury to the quarterback, but Notre Dame rallied and got a win against a game De La Salle Ball Club.
Yeah, I said it. I said it last week that I don't think the quarterback would have been a factor for Notre Dame because they love to run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the one thing. And then when I was looking at the matchups, I looked at Notre Dame against Turlins, and it's a game that most people would say Notre Dame should have won. They let it go in the last 30 seconds. So I was saying I think Notre Dame can hang with De La Salle in that case. And De La Salle had trouble trying to stop that type of offense, and which bit them later on because they weren't able to get the offense going in enough time to come back and win that game. So credit Coach Cook and his staff for winning that game.
Notre Dame tradition, great coaching, and good rushing attack, Lamar.
Yeah, good rushing attack. Just everything that they do. Again, it's just systematic, and it definitely showed that against De La Salle. Again, tough matchup. I mean, this is a matchup that shoot, that shouldn't have been a second round matchup, to be honest with you. But again, it's a good test for Notre Dame going forward. And again, it continues to just show, again, in this one here, why the Pios have themselves a good team there. So there's that.
Yeah, I told last week I was explaining how hard it is to win over there in Cali, New Iberia, man. I'm sorry, Notre Dame or Crowley, man. Coach Cook had is electrifying on a Friday night out there, and this is very, very intimidating. So big shout out to De La Salle for a heck of a season because they started off slow playing some powers to end playing one of those powers that eventually eliminate them. So going against legendary Cook. So saying that to say this, I'm still rolling with the Pioneers all the way through.
Your quarterfinal matchups, here's how they shape up. It will be the 1 seed Lafayette Christian Academy against the 9 seed Catholic of New Iberia. State champs roll into night field. Should be a amazing atmosphere. Can't wait for this ball game, JB.
No, I can't wait for it either. To be honest with you, um, both schools championship pedigrees. It's gonna be a good one, man. If Calico New Iberia offense, the one that showed up in the second half, can show up against Lafayette Christian, then they got a good chance of moving on to the next round. But Lafayette Christian, man, that's gonna be a tough task to defeat that team. They're talented all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, Again, a good matchup between a team that won the state championship against a team that we're picking that seems to be the favorite for state championship. Should be a good matchup all the way through here. I have a feeling that Catholic and New Iberia, they're not going to go away anytime lightly here. They're not going to take LCA lightly, and I think this
Mm-mm.
should be a good matchup. But man, LCA is just on a whole different level. And so I think the Knights, they'll be ready to play as well.
Yeah, this is two powerhouses right here, and we can only hope for a great game. You know, preparing for Friday, Family Thursday. Coach Cook, mine ain't gonna be far from a turkey. I'm not sorry, not Coach Cook. I mean, Cali Berry, they mind gonna be on partridge. They mind ain't gonna be on no turkey. So they know how to prepare to get ready for games like this. Lafayette Christian played a tough schedule all season, so both teams not gonna back down. So we gonna expect a good one at the end of this one.
Newman, Dunham, two good quarterbacks going to go at it. One of them right now is came on later in the season, and one of them right now is just a national power. Can Newman have enough to pull off and you say 4-5 upset, even though you're at home, is what I'm calling it. I
Mm,
think Dunham is the favorite. Your thoughts, JB?
I agree. Dunham is the favorite. I tell you what, um, Dunham is the more talented team here, so Newman have to get a real good defensive and also offensive scheme that's gonna work in their favor in order to win this game. You know, you're trying to stop one of the best quarterbacks in the nation in this game and the weapons that he has. So if Newman can get stops on Dunham and have some plays that can work against this Dunham defense, Newman will have a good shot of what you say, upsetting the fifth seed, Jordan Taylor.
And I hate to say it that
Yeah,
way.
No, no.
right. And I think, in a matchup like this, obviously you got to go with the top player. And of course, that's going to be Mr. Haven right there.
Yeah.
Um, Randall's good too. I mean, I think this is going to be a good matchup between two solid quarterbacks that really don't want that season to end there. But I just think that what Haven brings is just incredible. I mean, and I think Cheese already put up the stat line here that I think he said he has 147 touchdowns,
I
and
think
he's
he's
just only a senior.
161.
I
Junior.
mean, 151 touchdowns and only a junior. That's just incredible right now. That is just incredible. And so, um, man, you're just talking about that type of player right there.
Coach Nelson no longer coached the Isidore Newman Greenies. Uh, Elijah Haven is number one quarterback. He played a tough schedule. I think Newman will have something to say when it's all said and done Friday
Hmm.
night with this game. This is going to be a game that we should be able to look forward to 9:30 and try to find out the score of
I
as the
thought it was
finals
pretty.
come out.
I thought it was pretty cool, JB. And correct me if I'm wrong. I thought it was pretty cool when Coach from Newman was doing his interview. He said this is one of those weeks where um, he will not reach out to his mentor over there and Coach Neil Weiner. I think he said he played under Coach Weiner whenever he was in high school. So
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty cool storyline where every week they talk, but I think he said this week is the one where we won't do too much talking.
Yeah. Just gonna play it on the field.
So I am right there,
Hmm.
but he played under Coach Weiner in high school.
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's a cool storyline going into this week there. All right. And then we have this next matchup Notre Dame, Lafayette Renaissance, 2 versus 7. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a rematch from the regular season. This is the last time you will see this matchup with Lafayette Renaissance moving up to 4A next year. So this one is going to be a lot of fun Friday night. I don't know if it's going to be similar to what we saw in the regular season. I don't know if this one right here goes down to the wire. Your early thoughts on this matchup, part two between Lafayette Renaissance and Notre Dame, JB?
Well, it's it's gonna be a close one again. It's gonna be a close one, much closer than the first one, I should say. Um, they got to see each other already, so they're familiar with each other. They're gonna make different adjustments going into the game. They're gonna make adjustments at halftime. Pretty much, Lafayette Renaissance, if they can stop that option attack, they got a great shot at winning this game. They really do if they can stop it. But it's hard to stop that attack from Louis Cook. So we'll see what happens. But it's gonna be a fantastic ball game right here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be much closer than like we said before. Again, you facing against each other a second time. Usually, it does. You have a much closer game there, but I still think the same. I still think here, Notre Dame, Coach Cook, he knows a lot of football. He has seen more football than all of us put together,
Mm-hmm.
and LRCA is going to have to really bring it here if they really want to try to beat him and Notre Dame this week.
I think this is going to be a game that's going to be decided by wisdom and knowledge. And Coach Cook got the wisdom and knowledge. And I don't think he want to keep this game close. I think he's going to come out and be who they are to the team, and extend these leads and play good defense. This is a matchup where Coach Falk and Coach Landry, they know they are familiar with each other about Lafayette Christian versus Notre Dame back not even 5 years ago. So it's going to be an intriguing matchup. So I don't expect Coach Cook to come nothing short of trying to pile up the score.
JB, the honors are yours, my man. Final matchup of quarterfinal football. It's 3 versus 6. Who we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Jules Sumner hosting Calvary Baptist, and that is the Hash It Out Show Game of the Week. Pre-game will start at 6:45. Kickoff at 7 o'clock. You can catch this game on the YouTube page of JB the Sports Guy. The Hash It Out Show Friday night game of the week. Jules Sumner, Calvary Baptist.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jules Sumner, Calvary Baptist, live on JB the Sports Guy YouTube page. It's going to be a dandy on Friday night.
Yes.
All right. Your early thoughts on this matchup, JB?
I'm excited. Number one, Jules Sumner has a great offense. They can score with the best of them. You saw him in action against Amite, who's a good team. But Calvary Baptist is a known power in the state, and I'm expecting fireworks in this ball game between these two teams. I am expecting fireworks.
Yeah, fireworks will definitely be shown in this one here. And like I said, if Jules Sumner wants to get past that ceiling right there. They're going to have to beat a very good team in Calvary, a historic a team that has really played their way into being a power here. So um, if they're going to get there, if they want to get to the semifinals, if they want to get down to the dome, these are the games that they're going to have to win. And so they would have at least earned it at this point. So there's that.
Yeah.
90 plus points to be scored. I would be surprised if not. They're gonna put some points up on this board this weekend, JB. I'm gonna be dipping into you, checking y'all scores out also. And I appreciate when you send me those links because I'll be looking at them all.
Definitely.
I definitely will have this one on upstairs. So y'all do a phenomenal job on Friday night. We know if you wasn't going to call this one, we were calling also. So I'm
Yeah.
glad you guys got it first because y'all deserve this type of matchup here in the quarterfinals. Y'all gonna do it big, and I'm very proud to know that one of our good friends will have this matchup.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
My
it.
most intriguing matchup of the weekend is Joel Sumner Calvary Baptist.
Mine's too.
Yeah, I definitely will say the same thing. Well, I'll go with Dunham and Newman. I'll go Dunham and Newman.
Okay.
I'll go with Lafayette Christian and Calic New Iberia. Uh, we had what since 2019 they represented state championship a bunch of times, so we're gonna see a firework type of show. I guess that should be two number ones still instead of 1 and 9, right?
Yeah.
Division two non-select bracket we go. Couple overtime games in this one. Couple blowouts. Couple of upsets. And a state champion still standing strong. North Dakota beats DeRitter 56-13. Franklinton beats Jennings 40-14. Plaquemine beats Wassman 50-14. Cecilia beats Lakeshore 54-42. Belle Chase wins 7-6 over Opelousas. West Feliciana beats Bruley 27-24 overtime. Lutcher beats Franklin Parish 42-41 overtime. Iowa beats Northwest 68-28. There's your scores. Second round action. We go back to North Dakota and DeRitter, and we take a look at that one. Give me your quick assessment on this one, JB.
North DeSoto just dominated, start to finish.
Yeah, pure domination. 2 words.
If they want to be the champ, that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you look at that North Dakota team right now. Um, moving on to quarterfinals. It's crazy to think they've never won a state title in school history. They got a good shot this year, guys. Franklinton and Jennings. Franklinton rolled in this one. Tell you what, it was 40-14, and I also want to say Coach Salt knows how to win in the postseason. He's got a receiver that I would like to shout out. DeMichaels McLean went over 1,000 yards Friday night. 104 years the school has been playing football, and it's the first 1,000-yard receiver in school history. So shout out
Wow.
there.
Wow. We talk about Terrence McGee and all those guys they've had, and they never had 1,000 yard receiver. Man, that's
Well,
amazing.
well, McGee ran the football.
Yeah, I'm just speaking as in like key player, star player.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
I'm, I'm saying it as. Wow.
McGee was throwing that rock.
Yeah, he was. I'm shocked.
Mm-hmm.
Big time news.
You probably had a mixture of guys he was getting the ball to
Yeah,
back then.
that was a good team though. Be called in the
Lamar?
championship.
Yeah. yeah, shout out to him for doing that here, and as you said here, for Franklinson getting themselves and continuing this stretch of getting right back down to the dome here. So good win against Jennings, and I think that was a statement made for them as well because a lot of people kind of overlooked them, and so now they're still here. They're still in the quarterfinals now.
Yeah, I was shocked. Not shocked at the win, but shocked at the outcome
Mhm.
being 40-14. Uh, Coach Sol got these guys getting to the point where, look, this is playoff football. We're gonna shrink these games. We're gonna score as much as we can and try to get to the next round. But it was good seeing one of our old guys from out the parish do pretty good.
Plaquemine beats Wasserman 50-14. Shout out to Coach Donald Williams Jr. over there at Plaquemine and what he's done to get the Green Devils right back to Turkey Week. And I've heard it all week long. They were begging for Cecilia to win. Well, guess what? We get the rematch that everyone wants to see from the semifinals a year ago. Plaquemine, could this be the year, JB?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Time will
Hmm.
tell. You know, I just don't want them to think that next week is their Super Bowl because there's more games to be. I mean, Friday night. There's more games to be played if they win. But they wanted this rematch. They got it. But Plaquemine was dominant from the start. Once again, another dominant performance from another team.
Yeah, definitely agree too. I mean, Plaquemine showed some dominance right there. Looked like they got some steel focus at this point. And these first two games in the playoffs, 55 and 54, holding teams down to 14 points. That tells you what type of resolve they have right now.
But yeah, be careful what you wish for because you might get it. And looking at you're right, they've been scoring some points back to back, and we're gonna see what type of game plan that Cecilia gonna have in place, man. This is a game of interest for myself to see how this outcome is too.
So much D1 talent on that Plaquemine sideline. So curious to see what happens in the rematch. Speaking of rematches, ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that quarterfinal matchup in a minute. But
Yep.
second round action, it was Cecilia, it was Lakeshore. And when we look at
Yeah.
this one, what you got, JB?
I didn't say anything.
Okay, when you look at this one, Cecilia, their quarterback Colin Dorr, they lose him mid-game because of injury. And you take a look at that. All right, he went off and had over 100 yards, 2 touchdowns. Not a bad option to turn to in Braylon Kale to go to the quarterback position. He entered the game 23 carries, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, 7 for 16 throwing the football, 188 through the air, 3 touchdowns. Not a bad option, but I don't know what the status is on Dorr, so hopefully he's okay and they're at full strength going into Plaquemine. Does anyone have a injury report to report? But Cecilia, oof, when they get in the
Oh, yeah.
postseason, boy, they can score.
They can, and sometimes you got to put your best athlete at quarterback. They can make plays happen. And Calais going to quarterback, they didn't miss a beat when they had to put him at quarterback. So I'm gonna tell you this right now. I haven't heard anything about Door, but I think Cecilia's gonna keep that quiet because now Plaquemine had to prepare for Calais at quarterback or Door at quarterback.
Both.
Cecilia's not gonna say anything about Door. They're gonna keep that quiet.
Well, you're going to see them at some point, both of them in the game. So it just depends on who's going to start and who will maybe get all of the reps if
Yep.
one of them can't play.
They got to prepare for it though. They got to
Yep.
now.
Lamar.
Yeah, I got a feeling that this will probably be one of those game time decisions. I've actually had something like that happen to me once before, where I remember this was Xavier Ford his sophomore year, and I didn't even know he had a concussion. And then I come to the game and I'm thinking, man, I'm going to see Xavier Ford. Next thing you know, what do you mean he's not playing? This changes everything about me. But I'm here in Leesville. I gotta watch the game now. Nah, I just got off on a tangent though. But yeah, yeah, they're gonna keep that one quiet. But again, man, Cecilia,
She
this is
should have
just
been
one
a
of those
she should have been a
teams.
school teacher because
Hmm?
all he does is correct us.
Ah,
But yeah, man, Cecilia, man, they just continue to go right through, and they're not done yet. It seems like they're not done yet. They're not trying to step off the throne at this point,
hmm
and so yeah, 13 seed here, but they're not playing like a 13 right now.
Oh, the crazy part about it, most coaches know about the injuries and trying to prepare in a shorter week than normal. Because normally you have your walkthrough on a Thursday. Thursday, Thanksgiving, kids' mind ain't on practicing. They're gonna come out for an hour. Whether they live or watch film, they will be in the building on a Thursday. But prepping up for Friday morning and getting everybody, uh, what my old coach just said, get them dushed out, ready back to play football. That's the most important thing going into that matchup for them. Getting prepared.
Just don't eat too much turkey on Thursday.
Yeah.
Got a big ball
Right.
game on Friday. Bell Chase, Opelousas. Well, I don't know if you guys had 7-6 in your bingo cards on the Hash It Out Show game of the week, but what a job there from Opelousas coming in ready to play as a 19 seed. No, Bell Chase caused 6 turnovers and a big false start on the 2-point conversion really dictated this game. You saw the game, JB. I know you guys covered it. Y'all talked about it. What was really your takeaways from this Bell Chase Opelousas game? Any concerns with Bell Chase moving forward, or is just a well played game?
um, so I wasn't there, but I watched it. I watched it.
Mm-hmm.
Watched it. What today? Sunday. Watched it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Watched it yesterday. Last night. Last night. I watched the whole thing, and I really thought Coach Coleman would have his squad ready to play. That'd be a close ball game. I really thought that, and that's what happened. But like I said earlier, the turnovers, and you said the turnovers and the penalties really hurt Opelousas, because if you go back and watch it, they had opportunities after opportunities and just couldn't capitalize on it. So his squad was ready to play. It just didn't go in their favor that night. Think Bell Chase, they tried a lot, had a couple big time plays, but that Opelousas defense was ready. They were ready for that running game with Bell Chase, and to hold them to 7 points, it says a lot. Their offense just the mistakes, man, the turnovers. That's what did them in. And then once they scored, like you said, false start on a 2-point conversion, and the extra point gets blocked. It's just like, wow, the football guys just didn't work in their favor that game. Um, but it was a good ball game for a 7-6 game. It was very good. Lamar.
Yeah. Just yes. I mean, we were very surprised about that one too. With it being a 7-6 ball game, and again, credit to Coach Coleman for having a good game plan against
Yeah,
Bell Chase. You know he's a defensive minded coach,
yeah.
and you know that they put out there with the great a game plan there. Coach Coleman is going to get Opelousas back up and running. I know he will for sure. But Bell Chase continues to show, again, good season for them. Finding a way to win. Again, this is how you do at this stage of the season. And they live on to see another day. And that helps out here.
Yeah, Bell Chase, they play some really good defenses throughout the year. Play St. Charles Catholic, pretty good defense. They learn to play in different types of environment. 7-6 didn't surprise me. I thought it'd be more like 14-17 or something like that. But big shout out to Bell Chase, man, because they found a way to win and it moved on to the next round.
When we look at this next matchup, it was West Feliciana, it was Bruley, two district opponents that met back in the regular season at West Feliciana. And Bruley won that game. This time you flipped the game and you flipped the jersey colors. This time it was at Bruley and West Feliciana came in. This one went to overtime. This one went to the Saints. West Feliciana beats Bruley 27-24 overtime, and Bruley's dream season comes to an end, JB.
Yeah, comes to an end. Um, they were up by 17. Brewley's up by 17, and West Feliciana comes back to tie the game and then kicks a walk-off field goal in overtime to win.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that was shocking. You know, Brewley has won some close ball games and won some ball games by a big time margin. I thought once they had that 17-point lead that there was no way Westfeld was coming back, but I was wrong. And credit West Feliciana, man, for the comeback.
Right. And, if I saw Westfeld earlier this season in week one when they played against Alexandria, and obviously, again, 4A against 5A, that says a lot there. But if you would have told me that this Westfeld team would probably be at this stage playing for Turkey Week with a new head coach, and they have some athletes, but with a new head coach and everything, it didn't look like it at that point. But credit to their coach for keeping them focused and keeping them looking at everything and getting to this stage of the season. And so again, it shows here you play against a district opponent, you get a win, you win off a walk-off field goal. That says a lot there. And now again, they reap the benefits there. Playing on Thanksgiving week, that says a lot there. They're building up something good there over there at Westfeld, and credit to them for that.
Yeah, big shout out to West Feliciana, man. Moving on, they they uh they played a tough ball game, man, and that's how you wanted to end. You prepare, move on for the next week. Different styles, different movement. Uh, Playing against a Bell Chase team. So shout out to them and their coaching staff for moving on to next week.
Franklin Parish Lutcher. No one told Lutcher that not to go in there and win this game, right? Everybody already penciled in Franklin Parish to the dome. Everyone done penciled in
Not Nick.
Franklin
Not
Parish
Nick.
to quarterfinal week. Everybody done did all that. That was the buzz around the state of Louisiana. You didn't even have to play the game. It was done. But someone forgot to tell Lutcher not to get on the buses because Lutcher took that road trip and they took it personal. And Lutcher is full of tradition. They got a phenomenal football coach over there. And Lutcher made it a business trip, and business trip was activated. They go into overtime and they take down Franklin Parish on the road 42-41. Walk-off extra point, JB. If they're
Yeah.
5 for 5 on extra points, why are you going for 2 in overtime? You answer the question.
When I heard that Franklin Paris went for two, first thing I said was, did they decide to go for the win after Lutcher? And they're like, no, they had the ball first. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Mm.
I was like, really? Who does that? Who does that? Let's be real. Who does that? You go first. What you going for two for? Kick the extra point. And then when Lutcher comes up, if they score, they got a decision to make. Go for the win or kick the extra point to tie it. So I was just, my mind was just blown by that. I couldn't believe that. Lutcher scores and then I need the extra point. And that's it. That was shocking to me. Shocking that you decided to go for two and you got the ball first. So that was shocking to me. And Lutcher deserved to win. There you go. I think that's a bad decision made from the coach.
Walk them off. Fun bus ride home.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think that might be a decision right there that's probably going to haunt Franklin Parish for a long time right there. And sometimes you can overthink things too much to the point that you just make the bad decision, and that's pretty much it. Now, again, credit to Franklin Parish for this season. This has been a
Yes, sir.
great year for them. All of the athletes that they have, the Zarian Ellis is incredible.
Mhm.
Um, and all the guys that they have over there. Adrian Burnett has been doing a solid job with this squad, and I cannot wait to see that all district team for 248 because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of Patriots on
Yes.
that list.
Yes.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
I think the one thing that kind of had some storm warnings for me about them was they do play in a lot of high scoring games, but sometimes I kind of wanted their defense to kind of show up there. And again, you leave a team like Lutcher who has a tradition, who knows how to be in these ball games, who knows how to hang around in these ball games. You let a team like that hang around, unfortunately, sometimes you get burnt, and that's what happened right there with Lutcher. Lutcher won that game. They took that game, and that's why they're going on to the next round. And Franklin Parish is not there. And so again, incredible game. I wish, that's one of the games I would like to see as well there too. I just head scratcher again with that decision to go for two. But again, it doesn't take away from the fact that this was a good game, a good season for Franklin Parish, and another good win here for Lutcher.
And who says Lutcher wouldn't have went for two if Franklin Parish kicks the extra point?
Oh, we don't
We
know, but it's
we don't know
possible.
that.
Yeah, we
We
don't
don't
know. It's
know,
possible.
right?
Yeah. And coaches believe in analytics. And you talking about number 9 for Lutcher. And when you get a team like Lutcher to play a close game like that, they bound to take it. They didn't take that bus ride up there for nothing. And I started my show off last week talking about those tricky Lutcher Bulldogs. Beware. And they did what they're supposed to do. Sometimes people think you're drinking when you make a premonition like that, but look, this playoff football, man, Coach Jenkins can coach some football.
Yeah, for sure. And he's got his Bulldogs right back into Turkey week. So job well done, and what a win for the Lutcher Bulldogs. We look at the next matchup, 68-28. Iowa gets the win over Northwest. I said what I had to say earlier. Now I turn it over to you guys and give your thoughts on the game. I'm sure a lot of y'all have taken a peek at our stream by now. So, your thoughts.
Second half domination from Iowa. That's pretty much it. It was a close ball game first half, back and forth, but the second half told a different story. Iowa just put it into another gear and never looked back.
Yeah, the Yellow Jackets continue to show why they're a dangerous team as well. They've been scoring a lot of points so far this season, and that's another reason why that showed why here. For you to have a very solid first half and then to turn it up to a whole nother level in the second half, man, that just tells you right there that this is a dangerous team.
Yeah, we knew about Iowa a long time ago, and they are who they are. And I tell you what, they better be careful because when you playing games like this, you got to continue to pour it on. I don't care who is in the building. Next game, pour on, keep it up to make it to that championship round. Because if not, those games start getting closer. Anything can happen.
An Iowa team that has been knocking on the doorsteps of the semifinals the last couple of years couldn't get over the hump. Now they got a really good Lutcher team coming into Turkey week. That's going to be a great environment next Friday night. Let's
Got a lot
talk
of
about all
purple
of
and
the
gold now.
matchup. Hmm?
A lot of purple and gold in Iowa next week or
You're right.
Friday.
Decide what color you want to rock with,
There
right?
you go.
One
Can't go
side
wrong.
wear purple, one side wear gold. You start to look at these matchups and you look at the 1 versus the 8 next week. You got Coach Dennis Dunn and North Dakota going to take on Coach Salt and Franklinton. Good coaching matchup here, JB.
Yeah, very good coaching matchup. I want to see if Franklinton can try to stop this high-powered offense. That's what I'm looking forward to. If they can stop this high-powered offense, I think they got a great shot.
Yeah, I'm intrigued about the coaching matchup between these two here. Coach Dennis Dunn, Coach Salt. I mean, these two have been around the block a couple of times here. And so this is definitely going to be one of those matchups there where it's a chess match. And whoever has, I guess, like again, the last play here, the last possession here, makes the biggest moves, wins the ball game.
I think it might be a little different. And I mean, you are who you are right about now. And Franklin, they've been North Dakota been doing really well all year. Franklin had the ups and downs. So I'm looking for the continuation of North Dakota dominance moving forward. Still.
The rematch of all rematches everyone wanted to see, and we get it. We get great Thanksgiving matchup, Plaquemine Cecilia from a year ago. We just get it one round earlier this go round. Can Plaquemine dethrone the state champs, or does Cecilia just have their number? JB.
Man, this is exciting. This is exciting right here. Plaquemine said they've wanted this rematch since they lost, and now they get it. They get it at their place once again. Question is, can they get the job done? That's all I'm gonna say. We will see.
Right. Blackman got it on their mind. They got
Yeah.
it on their mind here. So they wanted it. Here it is. And so, you got to come out there, guns blazing at this point. So this could actually make it for a very good game between both of those teams because they know each other very well.
Hmm.
Can't wait to hear about it.
Oh yeah, I'm excited also. Moving along. Let's go Hurricanes. No, I'm sorry, not Hurricanes. Let's go Plaquemine.
Green Devils.
The Green.
Yeah, yeah, let's go
You think
Plaquemine.
it'll stop Plaquemine?
Yeah.
um, this The next matchup we get is Bell Chase West Feliciana. I don't really have too many early thoughts on this one. I know Bell Chase brings great defense, and I know West Feliciana coming off of a thrilling victory, they're going to have major confidence. So, don't know what to expect Friday night between these two, JB.
Well, I know what to expect from Bell Chase. They're gonna try to run that ball. West
Hmm.
Louisiana, they're gonna bring people into the box trying to stop it. But West Louisiana offensively, they got to figure out some things against that Bell Chase defense. That Bell Chase defense is pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see what happens come Friday night.
Yeah, can Westfield could keep this thing going? That's the thing there. I just think Bell Chase looks very strong right now. I think they're on a mission as well. I mean, after kind of how they ended out the season. So, but yeah, I mean, Westfield's gonna. I think Westfield's gonna put their best foot forward. But I just think that this Bell Chase team, they're probably gonna be a little bit too tough there for them. But that's why they play the games. We'll see.
Yeah, I think Bell Chase is very physical, and they got that D on the side of their helmet, called Destiny. I think it's their time. They feel or believe that is their time. I think they move on, play a little bit better defense, and move on. This will be another low scoring game.
Yeah. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Nick Campbell versus Jordan Taylor. And
We can't.
Lutcher versus Iowa.
Look, we can't put our mouth on them, Jordan. We just got to let it happen.
Come Sunday, come Sunday, next Sunday, one of us will be happy campers.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Go
Lutcher,
dogs.
Lutcher, Iowa, JB.
Yeah, man, this can go either way. This gonna be a ball game. Lutcher, you know, they had a little up and down early in the season, but they finally found their stride and look like they're cooking on all cylinders right now, looking very good. played a good tough opponent in Franklin Parish. Now got to get on I-10 and get to Iowa. We're gonna see what happens that ball game. I think that's gonna be an exciting one, man. That's take your money's worth right there, I believe.
Freshman quarterback for Letcher.
Yeah,
Boy, he's good.
yeah.
And a running back.
Yeah, this could go either way too, like JB said here. And if Iowa wants to get that trip to the dome, they're gonna have to get by. This is the games they're gonna have to win. This is the games they're gonna have to win. So this should be a really, really good game there. Team wearing purple gold will win, but this is gonna have to be a really good game here.
One good thing about this game, Coach Jenkins will have his guys prepared on all aspects. He's probably going to have a tote full of Snickers again for the long ride to get his
Need that
guys
money.
energetic, man, to keep them up. And Coach Jenkins, he's one of those coaches, guys. Sometimes some parents don't like dealing with coaches, but man, your kids got to love this coach. Go Bulldogs.
You look at this one, Coach Jenkins versus Coach Johns. Go Yellow Jackets.
Woo. Me and Lamar, we'll stay neutral.
There you go. Most intriguing matchup for myself is Lutcher, Iowa.
Lunch Iowa.
We all sentiment.
North DeSoto Franklinson, just like the coaching matchup here.
Okay,
Yeah, great culture matchup.
cool.
And you said yours, Nick?
Yeah, Lutcher too. So I just don't want to pick Coach Salt because he's gonna be in my inbox telling me you pick against me again.
That's it. Let's go Division 1 non-select, guys.
All right.
And who let me run the show again? Y'all sure y'all want me to run the show moving forward? If y'all got something else better to do, y'all, if y'all got a bedtime, y'all might want to go get in it.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
2 more brackets.
Yep.
Let's go. Yeah,
We'll
that's
finish
it.
it. Let's go.
At least next week it'll be cut in half.
It should be. Hey, it should be.
All right, Ruston, no problems with Westgate 51-13. Southside wins the shootout with Terrebonne 56-42. Central Baton Rouge, state champs, still sticking around the playoffs. They win it 46-32 over East Ascension. Zachary upsets Denham Springs 44-21. Washita Parish upsets Destrehan 21-19. Parkway wins a thriller with Hahnville 37-31. Barb upsets West Monroe 42-35. Neville cruises past Mandeville 31-14. Happy upset bracket it was. JB, let's
Yep.
go with Ruston and Westgate, JB. Let's go there. A lot of people thought this one would be a lot closer than what the score indicated, but Big Ruston looks like they're making another push here for the Dome.
Shout out to my friends at Westgate, coaching Antoine, Ryan, and Randall Antoine. Shout out to my guys over there. But Rustin was just too much. Just too much for him. Dominated. That's just it.
Yeah. Wrestling continues to show why they're on such another level right now. And I mean, shoot, if they make it to the dome, was this 4 years in a row? So
Yeah.
yeah, that's. I mean, they're showing why they're in that program. They're just showing why that there's that.
Yeah, kudos to Rustin from handling their business, but I'm not gonna crown them just yet. I'm
Right.
not gonna crown them just yet. Southside might have something to say.
Speaking of the Sharks and Southside, them and Terrebonne played a thriller. 56-42 was the final score. Southside's Jess Curtis has Sharks believing they are good enough to play for all the marbles. You got a physical rush attack and an all-in mentality, JB.
Yeah, man. The running game and that type of offense Jess Curtis runs has just been great for him ever since he was at Manny. And right now is paying dividends. Terrebonne, they fought back and even tied the game at one point, but then Jess Curtis got his team right, and then they got 2 more touchdowns, and that was a wrap for that one, man. But shout out to Coach Tyler Lewis and his squad for the year they had. And him, Tyler Lewis, finally getting his first playoff win. But Jess Curtis and Southside just a little bit too much in this one for Terrebonne.
JB,
Man, I love me some just.
What you got, Jordan?
I'll let you answer that.
So we not gonna talk about Sumner. Contrell, you missed it, bro. We already did that. We already did that. But I'm gonna tell you this: Joel Sumner and Calvary Baptist, the Hassett Out Show game of the week that you can catch Friday night on the YouTube page of JB the Sports Guy. All
Go
right,
ahead,
go ahead,
Lamar.
Lamar.
It's all good. Hey,
You
man,
missed it,
I love
Contrell. You
me
missed it,
some.
bro. You missed it. I'm sorry. We talked about him. All right, go ahead, Lamar. I'm sorry.
Man, I love me some Coach Jess, man. That's my guy. That's my guy over there, and he continues to show why that he can coach at the 5A level. I wish he could have done it over there at Natchez Central, but hey, that's neither here nor there. But he continues. He shows why he can do it at the 5A level, and he's doing a very good job over there at Southside. And man, that game against Russell should be a very good one there. But he's got the kids believing. He's got the kids buying in. I think soon enough they will probably be knocking on that door or be very very close to getting that district championship in that district there. So that time is coming. Their time is coming for sure.
Definitely. Cantrell, you missed it. You missed it, brother. You missed it. We talked about Joel Sumner already. You missed it, brother.
Yeah, you got to roll back to the 4 hour and 36 minute mark of the show.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm looking forward to seeing that game and the outcome of it. Southside definitely they they've been playing some good football all year. Ran into a hot Terrebonne team with an outstanding running back and wide receiver, man. But Coach just got them playing right where they are. We're gonna see if they can punch their ticket this week and arrive to be in the semifinals next week.
Absolutely. Central Baton Rouge state champs from a year ago. They beat East Ascension 46-32. JB, I just think East Ascension's a year away with that coaching staff. And I think Central Baton Rouge, once we get to this point of the season, Coach Semino knows how to win these type of games.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. To be honest with you, yeah, I think Coach Brock McDermott and them. I think next year we're talking a lot more about East Ascension um, and being a big time favorite to make a deeper run in the playoffs. Right now, Coach Semino, I mean, yeah, I think his team last year was a year ahead of schedule, and right now here they are, to finish state champs, about to make another run. So we'll see what's about to happen. But you got to credit them right now for the way they're playing. They're playing good football right now in Central.
Yeah, and the big reason for that is Max Gassett, man.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yep,
Yeah, yeah, former Alexandria quarterback here, and now gone over there to Central and has really cut up. 412 total yards and 5 touchdowns. He threw for 308 yards, ran for 104 yards, and just an incredible performance here. He continues to show why he's definitely one of the top quarterbacks. Should be in that running for good quarterbacks in the 2027 class there, and he gives Central a dimension that they needed, and also, with that big game experience of playing in the dome, he keeps them focused in that situation there. So, shout out to the Wildcats there.
definitely.
Yeah, Central was one of my pick along with Destrehan early in the year, and I'm gonna still stick to it. I think Central have destiny on his side. They got their missing piece, and we're gonna see. I'm yet to see anybody with Coach Seminole in this type of environment just ready to brash with him. He is game planning already right now for the
Hmm.
Zachary game.
Zachary upsets Denham Springs 44-21 on the road. Here's what I would say. Postseason Coach Brewerton is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'll say this. This is what we saw with this. It's a team that's heavily experienced in the playoffs, and a team that's trying to get to where that team has been. That's the difference right there, and what got Zachary this win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, Zachary has been there before, and so they're accustomed to making um, runs to the regionals, runs to the quarterfinals there. And so again, it's just that experience should paid off there, and so that's why they're there back once again to the quarterfinals.
Good teams find a way to win. Great teams already be preparing to win. And I mean, Zachary, they still have an electrifying program. They got Superdome aspirations. And I tell you, this game was played early on in the year, the Central and Zachary
Yep.
game. I think it might be a little better game, a little tighter game this go around.
Washita Parish, long road trip down to Destrehan. They win it 21-19. The quarterback, Montreal Connor Jr., is really, really good. How big was the stopped 2-point conversion play? I'll turn it over to you guys. Was he in?
I'll let Nick answer it because I didn't see this one and I didn't hear about it. So if Nick
Well,
knows,
no. When I mean, you can look at it for more than from different angles. That really didn't shook up the game like it should
I
because
understand, but
that.
was he
Uh,
in? Because it was close.
but technically, no.
Okay, he was out. Okay, cool.
Yeah, technically, no. But 6 points still should have been on the board for 2 missed field goals.
Correct.
So that's
Yep.
why Destrehan fans saying we beat ourselves, But as we all know, that's why they play the game. And kudos to coach because he did a phenomenal job. The big defensive tackle, the Texas commit. This kid is everything that's advertised, and if he goes to LSU, they're gonna get a good one.
21-19, the score there. Washita Parish, JB, so battle tested coming out of that grueling district in North Louisiana.
that's why I said don't let the seed numbers play a factor in this game because Washita played in the tough district where West Monroe, Neville, and Ruston and Alexandria was in every game with those guys. They're battle tested. I said don't let the seed numbers play a factor. I said they're gonna come to Destrehan and it's gonna be a fight. It's gonna be a fight, and if they were to win, I wouldn't be surprised, and I wasn't surprised. Washington went there, got the win, a 2-point victory over Destrehan. I mean, there's nothing else you could say about it, man. They went out there and did what they had to do, brought the fight to Destrehan, and walked out the survivors.
Lamar.
And I think this is also a stretch where playing tough games to prepare you for this stage of the season, that helps you out a whole lot because um yeah, I mean Washita did not win those 4 games in their district against very legitimate competition, but they learned a lot from that. And that helped them going forward into this stage here where they had to go down on the road to Destrehan. And, they're the second 2-5-8 team to do that this season because Ash did it in week 3 and to come away with a win over there. And that definitely does say a lot there. And I think this Washington program, again, they're on the way right now. They're on the way. They're on the way at this point. And so if they continue to check out those boxes, good things will happen to them in the coming future.
Nick, you good, or you want to add a little bit more to the
No,
to the
no, I'm
game?
good. I'm good.
Perfect.
They got people watching me. They gonna dog me Thursday, so I'm gonna leave them alone.
All right, let's talk about the next one. Parkway, Hanville, great ball game, ended in overtime. A tip pass right there in overtime. What a game, JB.
Yeah, let me watch what I say because I got to go to Hornville tomorrow for the stream
Uh,
the Hornville invitation.
37-31 was the final.
37-31. Yeah. Um. All right. Let me say this the best way possible. Hornville, in my opinion, should have put this game away when they were up 20-17. I watched that whole game from 1 o'clock in the morning to 3:51 in the morning. I watched the
So,
entire thing.
so
I
you
think
text me at 3:51 and I was up.
I did, yeah. I text him like
And
he'll see it in the morning, and he text me right back like, "Dang." But anyway,
I got
I
home
thought
at 4 a.m. Friday night.
okay. Um, and to me they should have put it away, but tell you a quick story when I saw Hornville play Holy Cross in the fall scrimmage. Coach Boyne asked me if I had any more eligibility left. Need another receiver I could catch. And I said, Coach, I wish I do. But the drops reared its ugly head again for Hornville in that game. So many drop passes in that game, man, that hurt Hornville so much. You gotta capitalize. You gotta catch the balls. And that third down touchdown pass that was dropped in overtime for Hornville, my God, he threw it right to him, middle of the touchdown, and he just dropped it. There was nobody around him. He just dropped the pass. You feel for him because that's a game time touchdown and kick the extra point, they probably win the game. The drops reared its ugly head for Hornville, man, and that's all I gotta say. The fourth down play, they run a play action play, which I wouldn't have run because they know you're throwing and they blitzing anyway. And that hurried Landon Teague's throw, which was off. So, um, you know, those type of mistakes can't happen when you're trying to make a deep run for the playoffs. It just can't happen. I credit Coach Bowen and the job he's done in 2 seasons at Hornville. He has got that thing turned around, and it's nothing but up from there. But like I said, they should have pulled away, and the drops reared his ugly head for Hornville. That
And you
boy Nick
think
took the
it
hat off.
and you think it means something? You think it means something to Parkway, the emotion right there at the end of the game,
It
whenever
meant a
they
lot.
won it?
Yeah, it meant a lot. Meant a lot for him. Been a few years since they've been to the quarterfinals. I think the last time was when they had went to the dome against Acadiana, I think. But I could be wrong. But it meant a lot to him. Corey Brotherton has done a great job there, and
2021, JB.
2021. Yep, few years. Okay, that was not the Acadiana year. So 2021. But Coach Corey Brotherton has done a great job with that program as well, bringing it back, and they get to host a quarterfinal game. So
Yeah, I remember that 2021 run that Parkway had very well because they beat Ash in that first game. I do remember that one very well. But I will say this about Parkway. I mean, for them to um, come away in the first couple of games in the playoffs after that loss to Evangel, and that kind of knocked them down from the undefeated season that they had, and to come away here and come away with 2 wins. I think that does say a lot there for Parkway. I think again, I mean, a lot of people kind of was wondering about Parkway after that game against Evangel. That are they really for real? I mean, what was the 9-0 record that they had? Was it for real? Was it inflated? Blah 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 blah. And right now they're 11-1, and they're playing a home playoff game in the postseason in the quarterfinals, and that definitely does say a lot there for them. So Coach Brotherton, he does a good job over there, and they're continuing to do the right things there.
Yep, man. Not taking anything away from Parkway, and I'm just going record of saying this. Hornville probably a year or two away from really being good. Totally good. This year, 2 year weight program should still be kicking in. But saying that to say this, if you have an opportunity on the road and you get the ball 2nd and 5 from the 5, there's no reason you should lose the football game at all. I don't care if I got to lay down 3 times in the row to get 5 yards. I'm getting 5 yards to win this game. That's just my opinion. But you got to win those games, those signature wins, to really tell people that you arrive, and we just still haven't arrived yet.
I'm gonna say this right quick. That's back to back seasons of Hornville having a heartbreaking playoff loss. Last year, the Shell met in the second round, and this one to Parkway. Back to back years of having a heartbreaking playoff loss.
Moving to our next one. Ladies and gentlemen, you thought the baseball rivalry was something else. Well, Barb went into West Monroe and kicked the damn door down. Jordan Griffin, aka Tyreek Hill. They jumped out to a 21-0 lead. West Monroe only had 3 first downs in the first half. This is the airline team that we wanted to see with some defense a year ago because their offense My God, what they have done in this season here, JB. Bar, my God.
Yeah, you right, Barb.
Well,
My
the score
God,
was 42-35. Go ahead, JB.
42, 42-35. Um, they jumped out on them quick, 21-0, like you said, man, and did not look back. West Monroe put up a hell of a fight in the second half to close the distance, but it just wasn't enough. Barb rushed for over 400 yards and had a
Yes, he
total of
did.
467 yards of offense. That's rushing. They didn't even really throw the ball. So they saw something on film where they knew they could just run the ball on them, and that they did. Um, that being said, as I'm looking for it right now, there it is. Um, Jalandon Gray,
Special.
yeah, very special. 81
Yeah.
yards, 2 touchdowns. Also threw for a touchdown and threw for 112 yards. That's what they say. But they said he had only 467 yards total. So maybe he got sacked a lot. That took away from his passing yards, I guess. But either way it go, Jalandon Gray was special.
I thought they had over 300 yards rushing in the first half.
Yeah, in the first half, yeah. And they had total 400 yards rushing, period. But yeah, West Monroe defense did play better in that second half, and they woke up, but it was just a little bit too late. So credit Barb once again, another upset victory, and they got people saying they may do it again next week.
Well,
We'll see.
you already beat a team that beat Neville this year.
Yeah, yep,
Look, man, Barb's a team of destiny, and they're showing why. I mean, I guess they're showing to everybody here that Lake Charles is trying to make a comeback in this football thing. And so I know, man, it's just been incredible seeing what Gray and Griffin have done so far in this stretch of games here in the postseason because they have shown here um, that they are up there and they're not going to be pushed around at this point here. So credit to them for going on the road a couple of times, coming away with two good wins there. I know this Neville game is going to be interesting too for them, but man, to do that against West Monroe and to jump out to a 21 to nothing lead against them, and then to hang in there and to win the ball game over there because that's not an easy place to play. Man, that's a good one there. But also, shout out to West Monroe. You know, Coach
yeah,
Dizer, he has them going along pretty well too. This is his first year, and so I think better days will be coming for them as well.
Yeah. You know who I picked last week? I told y'all the Buccaneers. But yeah, classic high school powerhouses, perennial powerhouses meeting up, man. I'm ready for next round three.
Neville beats Mandeville 31-14. JB,
yep,
this was a 10-7 ball game almost at the halftime mark before Neville really ran away with this game. I do want to say the Skippers are in good hands the next 3 years with the freshman quarterback and all the youth they got coming back. But 10-7 almost to halftime, and then Neville really ran away with it.
yeah. They ran away with it because Mandeville scored first 7-0, and then Neville said, "Hold on, wait a minute, this ain't happening," and they just took off 10-7 at halftime, and then second half just did what they want to do to Mandeville. So close ball game at first half. Neville, few adjustments here and there, took off, won the game.
Yeah, Devil continues to show their strong second half run. And I think that definitely has shown that from them here because at one point again they were 4-3. A lot of people were kind of wondering, I don't know about Devil right now, but Devil's playing their best ball at the right time and continuing to show here against a good Mandeville team.
Oh yeah, we thought Mandeville had something going on when it went to Thibodeau and did what they wanted to do. I thought they was going to move about. I thought the game would probably be a little bit closer, but again, uh, a little bit more work, a little bit more toughness because games like that are being won in the trenches to move forward to the next week round. So you can see a lot of big nasty play in these linemen across the state next week.
Quarterfinal matchups: 1 seed Ruston, 8 seed Southside. Throw the seeds out the window, JB.
Throw them out the window. Let's see what happens. Can Southside, do they have enough defensively to stop this Ruston offensive attack? Can they do it? Let's see.
Ooh, this is going to be an old school throwback matchup because both of these teams toughness, and that's between Coach Barr and Coach Jess. Man, this could be a game decided in the trenches as well. And these coaches, iron sharpens iron between the both of these guys. So I love this coaching matchup here. I love the physical style of of football here in this one too. Man, let's get it.
A little birdie told me that this is a perfect eclipse for the matchup between Ruston and Southside. So don't be surprised if you see a double digit victory.
Ruston losing Powell really took a blow there, but it looks like they turned it into let's rally and let's go make this a team thing. But when you got a cheat code and Ahmad Hudson on the outside for Ruston, my goodness. But
Mm-hmm.
a game that's going to be won in the trenches for sure next week.
Yep.
Ruston Southside, the big nasties. We'll see
Yeah.
who wins that battle. We get a rematch from Central of Baton Rouge and Zachary. This is the Battle of Baton Rouge 225. Stand up.
Tell you what. Tell you what. I think this gonna be a closer ball game than the first one. Coach Brewington and this squad, they're gonna make these adjustments that from that first game. This is gonna be a fight. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one too because rematch and man, just cannot wait to see who comes away with this win here because neither one of these teams wants to go home at this point.
Yeah.
35-33 in the regular season.
35-33. We could expect much the same.
Oh, I said
It's gonna
close to
be
1 point.
yeah. Who's gonna get the ball last? Gonna have their ticket waiting for them. So coaches, I hope y'all have y'all playing y'all full, y'all two plays in your full in case it's your turn to make that punch.
Ouachita Parish Parkway, Friday night. This one's going to be electric.
Washita coming, they coming throwing blows, but Parkway got to throw blows back, and they got to start fast. Don't start slow. Start fast because they started kind of slow against Hornville and then picked it up towards the end. So they got to start fast. Then Parkway starts fast, get that offense rolling. They may have a shot in this ball game.
I think you have to see which way this game goes. Does Parkway turn it into their style of game, or does Ouachita Parish turn into their style of game, and the other will have to try to counter?
That could happen too.
I think if you ask these two fan bases, would you expect your team to make it to the quarterfinals at this stage? I think they would have considered this a successful season. And the crazy part is, one of these teams is going to go down to the semifinals. So, just a credit to what those two coaches and what those two programs are doing up there as well, because I think they have been two of the stories so far at 5A right now.
They always say your eyes don't lie. Seeing Washington up close, they didn't make too many mistakes, and we talked about the cleanest team making the best mistakes. And if Parkway gonna make those mistakes like they made against Hanville, it's gonna be a long night for Parkway next week.
Mr. Wilbert, we did talk about your team. They were the first bracket that we broke down. Lake Charles College Prep in the Division II select bracket. You have to go all the way back to the beginning of the show to hear that bracket. Barb Neville, this one just became one of your favorite matchups because of what has happened up to this point. Barb Neville, do they have a little bit more buck magic in their back pocket to go knock off Neville at Neville?
We'll see. Um, Neville can't wait to become a second half team. They can't wait. They got to get going early because we know Bob is trying to jump on people early, and we've seen that in these past two ball games here in these playoffs with this offense. So they gotta be able to stop that offense, and they got to make plays happen on offense immediately.
Yeah, if you're Neville, do not take the Buccaneers lightly. Do not take the Buccaneers lightly, or you'll be walking down the plank at that point. Do not take
All
the
they have to do is
Buccaneers
ask their
lightly.
counterpart.
Yeah.
All they have to do
Right.
is ask their counterpart about Barb.
And I know the coach is going to dig the film out the trash and say, no, we can't coach this game like we did. So I'm looking for a little bit change up for the Neville Tigers to do it. They've been in all kind of battle tested games themselves, but if Bob got a date with Destiny, and nobody on this panel probably could stop that Destiny. So Bob Bucks, you're on the clock.
Dream season. Dream. What you looking at?
This truck that just parked outside just for no reason. That's what I'm looking like.
Is
Suspicious.
It's dream season versus a team trying to get back to the state title. They have not been there in quite some time. All right, my most intriguing matchup is that Barb Neville game.
There you go. There you go. The Bob Neville game. Give me Central Zachary.
225.
Yeah.
Hey, hey, we might have all different ones here. Give me the Washita Parkway game because one of these teams goes down to the semifinals. I think so. I like that one.
Oh yeah, I'm in with Central Zachary also. Uh, that can be the potential champion of the Division One
Yeah.
non-select.
Such a good bracket this year. Division One select. Let's finish this off
Let's finish
strong. I
it,
guess you could
baby. Let's
say.
go. Let's finish it.
Let's finish this
We'll push
marathon.
it through.
Let's finish the marathon, guys. Carr beats Jesuit 39-13 in the rematch from the regular season. Evangel beats St. Paul's 34-4. Tindra beats Brother Martin 38-27. Catholic of Baton Rouge beats Captain Shree 37-14. St. Aug wins a shootout with Acadiana 55-42. Rummel knocks off Tioga 45-21 on the road. John Curtis all over St. Thomas More 49-7. And Turlings gets a 55-22 win over Bonnabole. All right, we go back to Edna Core Jesuit, and we talk about Carr gonna be Carr.
Carr wasn't Carr to
Carr
me.
doing Carr things. Carr things, JB.
Nah, not this game. Not to me. That wasn't Carr like. I watched that one too. I watched the highlights of that one, man. That was not
The
Carr.
score
Huh?
the score should have been more.
There you go. There you go.
No, GB, you playing in the playoffs, man.
If y'all go watch on YouTube what I watched,
Okay.
all right. So John
39-13
Johnson.
ain't good enough, huh?
No, not this game. No, not at
You
all.
wanted 69-13?
Man, it should have been. And that's no disrespect to Jesuit. But let me
Hey, 1 point
first of
better,
all,
JB. We survive in advance.
that's it. They did that. But let me get going here. Number one, I want to give Jesuit credit. I think their defensive game plan was good in stopping the pass. Carr really
Okay.
couldn't pass. Um, Carr really couldn't pass the ball against Jesuit. They dropped everybody back in coverage. All right. At the same time, the mistake Jesuit made was letting John Johnson run for many yards that game. John Johnson ran and he ran, he ran, he ran. They did not keep him contained. That was it. So what I'm saying is this Carr team should have scored more. It didn't happen. And if teams are able to do that to drop the defenders in coverage where you can't really pass the ball, and if they're able to keep John Johnson in containment, Carr may be in trouble come later on in these semifinals or finals. That's all I'm saying. That Carr team is not a Carr team that I've seen this entire year. I was kind of sitting there watching that, and I was like, "Ooh, that's no, 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 no. That that got to get better moving forward." So
Do you,
that wasn't Carr being Carr. I've
or
seen
what,
Carr being Carr. Carr against St. Aug was Carr. Carr
or
against
was
Curtis
it
was Carr.
or was it the bye week?
Nah, it's in the car. Ain't no bye week. Ain't no bye week.
You know what I'm
They
saying? Was
we
it the bye week that for the slow start?
no, no. I will never say that for in the car. No, they got to get up and get going. And it just Jesuit had a good game plan defensively to stop the pass. Wasn't able to stop the running game pretty much. And John Johnson, if they dropped back to throw, he took off running. That's just it. So I think the score at halftime was just 20-0.
I didn't say it.
I'm just
You
telling you.
said it.
I watched it. Just give you my honest opinion. That's my boys that call. All of them, you know it, but I'm just always gonna be honest,
Yeah,
and that's what it
I
was.
believe I believe a win is a win, and yield to play another day.
Yeah, true. I'm with you. I'm with you. Go ahead,
Lamar.
Lamar.
Maybe I was about to say, maybe they didn't want to put all their points into the bank. You know, maybe they just wanted to save some points in the bank for the dome. I don't know. You know, maybe it's just because of that right there. But car's car, man. That's that's all we need to say about them. Car's car.
All right. Evangel cruises past St. Paul's 34-14. Uh, your thoughts on Evangel, JB?
They did what they were supposed to do. I thought they would win that game by 20 something points, and they won by 20. So credit Evangel for the job that they've done, that they did, I should say. Against a good St. Paul's team. Got good quarterback in Peyton Houston. You know, old school Evangel football. Line of quarterback up 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage and let them throw, and that's what they're doing again. Coach Duran's offense. So you know, Evangel's the better team, and they got the job done.
You
You
sure it's
get
7 or it's 13?
It's 7.
Yeah, just seemed like another good win for this Evangel squad here. And again, they've been just taking their notes here, and really making this run from last season, obviously when they were just getting a taste of it, and you know, just really now just trying to push forward and trying to get some revenge against some of those teams. And that's how you do it. You do a very good job. You get on the road. You win the game in the postseason. So that's a big win there. Now to get against got to face against Card this week coming up here there, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Pop had some very good numbers out there too because you know, just incredible guy, and then just an incredible numbers. Looking at it, I think 200 passing yards, 3 touchdowns. So just seemed like standard fare for him.
Alexandra, Brother Martin, Carson Sellers, Alex Fontenot, a battle tested Trojan team coming off of a state runner up appearance a year ago. You look at this game, they get past a Catholic League program and Brother Martin, 38-27. Thoughts on Alexandria winning this game, JB?
I thought they would win the game. Number one, that's what I thought. The score was pretty close right there. Um, I just I just told myself, how many stops can they stop Brother Martin's offense? You know, with not Warren Easton. I'm sorry, Easton Royal, Rex LeBlanc, and Roland Lipscomb, and they were able to do that. Alexandria got some stops. Their offense did pretty well, putting points on the board, and they got the win. I thought they would get the win, and they did.
Yeah, from a person that was there at the game there, I mean, that was just incredible with the way that they came back. And the thing I just asked Coach Bachman, like survive in advance. That was the first thing I said to him. And he's like, look, we just had to find a way. He heaped a lot of praises on Eastern Road too, because you know there was a couple of screen passes that really allowed him to get out there in space. and that kind of changed the ball game. Well, kind of had him have an impact in the ball game there, and especially with the punt return. They punted it to him. He was found the ball. Next thing you know, he takes it all the way back, and you're down 13-10. But after that, Ash made the adjustments. Forced a lot of turnovers, got some pressure on the quarterbacks there, um, and then was kind of able to take it all the way through from there. And just gotta give a shout out to again Latravius Williams for getting the interception, and then also Jason Terry for also getting two interceptions in the ball game there, and that really changed the impact of that ball game there, and able to help Ash come away with the win there.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was pretty shocked. It was close to me. I thought Ash would have ran away with it, but again, the Cali League prepared Brother Martin for a game like Ash, man. So
Hmm.
shout out to Brother Martin, man, for having a outstanding season, and Ash moving on for the great matchup this week coming up.
Catholic of Baton Rouge beats a Captain Shreve team that could score a lot of points. They beat them 37-14. And Coach Hudson Fuller has a team that plays great defense. He's got a 3 running back rotation over there, but you got Jaden Miles, really talented running back. So shout out to Catholic of Baton Rouge on the win there, JB.
Definitely, man. South Calicut, Baton Rouge. I thought it would have been a little bit more. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought they would have won a little bit more, but they got the win over Captain Shreve and big time matchup against Alexandria.
I know a lot of people at Alexandria was kind of hoping here that Shreve pulled off the win so they can get another game at the Butch. But unfortunately, that was not to be. And so, again, Catholic continues to show why they are Catholic. And the one thing I did tell one of the assistant coaches over there at Ash, who coaches over there at the linebackers, I told him, look, you're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to stop that running back there. He's a very good running back, especially in goal line situations. So I'm interested in seeing what do they cook up for game plan against him, and also that two quarterback system they have over there at Catholic.
Hmm.
Yeah, we all jokingly said that was going to be an over game last week, if y'all remember it, but it shocked everybody. So shout out to them guys, man, for playing a good clean game. 37-14. That was surprising to me.
St. Aug beats Acadiana 55-42. You look at this game here, and you look at Acadiana jumping up to a 14-0 lead. But then there was a big kickoff return touchdown from Derek Bennett of 93 yards. I believe he had two there in the first half. Also, this one was 42-42 with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and then St. Aug pulled away right there to get the win. JB, your thoughts?
Um, Acadiana, they brought the fight to St. Aug. They brought the fight to St. Aug. St. Aug hadn't been in a fight like that since they played Carr, to be honest with you. So St. Aug, I think it was good for St. Aug to finally face some adversity and to be able to overcome that adversity. So I got to credit Acadiana for bringing that fight to them. They almost got the job done. They were up early 14-0, then came back and tied it up 42-42, but St. Aug able to finish the game. We talk about teams being able to finish, and St. Aug was able to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's probably one of the wake up calls here for St. Aug here at this point because it has been a minute since they've made a pretty solid deep run, and in order for them to do that, there, some like you said, you got to face against good teams. This Acadiana team has been battle tested here, but St. Aug held serve, so that's a good win for them there. Um, just incredible matchup here, but St. Aug lives to see another day.
Yeah, when you look at St. Aug, man, they well rounded. They are well rounded, and you making playing a game like a kid in and putting up 55 points. I did not expect that. I thought the Rams would run the ball, keep it close when they got the lead, and suffocate St. Aug, but Look, Coach Valdez got other plans, man. I think he's on a mission to get this thing to Poitras. He talked on the talk show last year about how soon his team would be getting the Poitras. I think he's a little bit ahead of schedule. So it's a good matchup for St. Aug beating Acadiana this weekend. Looking forward to next week.
Yeah, when we talked to him before the season started, he said they are a year ahead of schedule. He said the team next year is the one to look out for. That's on him.
Okay. Rummel goes on the road, knocks off Tioga 45-21. I say this, JB, you tell me if you agree. I would have loved to have seen this Tioga team play in a 4A bracket because the Catholic League is just a different beast.
Uh, agreed. I agree. I think Tioga in probably Division 2 select would be one of the more dangerous teams probably. To be honest with you, it's just something about um put Alexandria out, but those central teams like Tioga and then up north a little bit, those Catholic League teams go up there and get these victories. And that's not trying to brag or nothing, but it's just stating what has happened these past years since we had this select bracket. So, but yeah, definitely Tioga in like a Division 2 select. Yeah, definitely. I think that's more of where they should be, in my opinion.
Yeah, I had a feeling that unfortunately this was going to happen here because, and that's not saying anything bad about Tioga. They've had an incredible season. Coach Chrisman has done an incredible job in his first year over there, and this senior laden team has done an incredible job. But just a bad draw for them, and that was
Yeah.
it. There, even if they had Holy Cross in the if they would have beaten Rummel in that first round matchup. I just think that that would have still been a bad matchup for them. And credit again to Toga this season. I mean, I'm looking at the stats here. Kervin Johnson still did his job. 5 catches, 123 yards, and 2 touchdowns. But it looked like they really they snuffed out Tauga's running game. That stopped them for only ran for 81 yards, and they also forced Case Malone to throw 2 interceptions. And when that happens there, at that point, you kind of have a feeling that it's not going to be your night. Romo had a great game plan against Tioga, and credit to them for going on and moving on to the next round.
Oh yeah, shout out to Tioga, man. And Coach Tyson, I know his son was going to Tioga, and hopefully, man, moving forward with our league, Tioga can get down to where JB said, and be more formidable to opponents, bro. Because this is a brutal league right here. I can tell you. And as we get to the quarterfinals, a lot of teams that we think can win probably gonna be sitting home.
JB, correct me if I'm wrong,
Hmm.
but a year from now, Tioga isn't even in this bracket.
A year from now, yeah, agree.
No, I'm saying like a year from now with the new rule change coming. Division 1 select,
Oh,
division
I don't.
and not non-select will be just 5A teams.
That's what it. That's what was said. Supposed to be just five
I
18s and one. That's what was
And
said.
Tioga as a 4A
I
team
think
will go play in a Division 2 select bracket.
Yeah.
I I think that is the case there, and if that's the case there, that is going to definitely help them out because I think if you had it the old way in the 4A, I think they would have been a 7 or a 10 seed. So yeah, it would have been a much better draw for them at that point.
Hmm.
John Curtis, St. Thomas More, 49-7. Patriots beat the Cougars. Two legends stood across the field from each other. Too much Jacoby Boudreaux in this one. Cole Badron will have nightmares after seeing John Curtis's secondary from Friday night.
Yeah, Curtis just dominated from the start. It was halftime was 28-0. Just they dominated from the start, both sides of the ball. Cole Bozeron didn't have the type of game he wanted to have. So John Curtis was ready, man, and they to me that was a statement win.
Yeah, statement win for John Curtis there. In the way that definitely does show a lot there. So again, I would have just loved to be at the coaching sideline at that point between those two teams before the ball game. Can you imagine what stories they had to share between each
Yeah.
other? Can you imagine that? I mean, I would have just loved to be there for that. But Curtis, man, again, statement win there. That's not a 7 seed at all, guys. That's not a 7 seed at all. So, good win there for them against St. Thomas More.
A lot of people don't realize it's mustard time. When you talking about John Curtis, it is mustard time. We putting the mustard on a sandwich because he got a date with Destiny in the Superdome. And this is his was this 2025? This is year the odd years he's trying to get there. And he's gonna have to go through some a gauntlet to get there, but I'm betting on JT.
Turlings beats Bonneville 55-22. Turlings, Alex Munez, total yardage 478, 5 total touchdowns. He has a really good receiver he gets to throw the ball to, and Andrew Viator, 7 receptions, 189, 2 scores. Turlings, year one coach, gets a win here in round number 2. Expect it. Now they got a date with the legend himself.
Rematch from last year, right? I think
Rematch.
was it last year quarterfinals or last year second round, one of the two.
Mhm.
But
Yep.
um, look, great year for Bonneville. First year head coach Andre Anthony did a great job with this program. They scored first on Turlins, and they was sticking with them for a little while. I remember I told them about it 14-7, then it was 21-14. I'm like,
Yep.
okay, they in the game, but I just had a feeling it was gonna break out for Turlings eventually. They've been there year in, year out. Bonneville first playoff win since 1997. So learning experience for Bonneville. Great year for them. But Turling's been there, and they got the job done.
Yeah, this run of destiny continues for Turlings here, and like you said here, good season all the way through. Now, we'll see what they can do in the quarterfinals here. But to come to this point here, to open up in the playoffs here, put up 55 points, that definitely does say a lot there for Turlings here. Coach Corville is doing a very good job with this program here. So Turlings continues to roll right along.
Oh yeah. Coach Carvel, me, Coach JT. Think the seed's gonna flop and uh whichever whichever it takes to win, that's what coaches are doing right now, trying to get to this semifinal. So experience gonna rear his head in this game, and hopefully we can see a really good game uh for a number 2-7 seed in that selection in that spot.
Here's your quarterfinal matchups. Edna Carr, Evangel, 1 versus 8. Pop Houston and the Eagles make the long trip down to battle the university. Get your popcorn. It's a date. Evangel Carr. Oof, this one will be talked about all week long. JB.
Will it be talked about? It's being talked about already because they're saying Pop Houston coming into town. And then you got other LSU players on the field as well with Aiden Hall and Richard Anderson. I'm intrigued. The quarterback matchup: Pop Houston, John Johnson, two of the best quarterbacks in the state. I am definitely intrigued in that. I want to see how Evangel prepares for this car defense. I want to see that. That's what I want to see. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Carr's defensive line trying to get to where the punter stands.
Yeah, exactly right.
And I think that's the thing there for me too. Definitely you're going to see this card defense versus this Evangel offense. What is going to give in this case here? How much pressure are they going to put on Pop Houston? Because not Evangel, Carr can definitely do that. And I also kind of wonder here too is how does this Evangel offensive line, how do they handle Richard Anderson? Because
Mm-hmm.
um, if I'm them, I double team him, maybe triple team
Got to.
him.
You got to.
And then bring the tight end and running back, bring the tight end and running back over for help also.
Just bring the whole house. Bring the whole house.
Man, looking at Carl University, you got to be prepared coaching wise, and it's going sometimes it's going to have to take an out of body experience to draw up a good game plan for a team like Carl. Can it be done? Yes. Will it be done? It's yet to be determined. But Pop Houston will be a determining factor if Evangel want to win this football game.
Is this Pop Houston's legendary night where he stamps it? We could find out, or will Core just, in JB's case, wake up from last week?
There you
A
go. We'll see.
lot to be seen in New Orleans Friday night between these two programs. Can't wait. It's gonna be some fun. Fireworks. We will see. Alexandria Catholic of Baton Rouge. Oof, what a game this one is shaping out to be. Whereas Bachman takes his Trojan team down to Baton Rouge to take on Coach Fuller's team. You talk about coaching matchups. Here's another good one.
Real good one. Coach Bachman, Coach Fuller, X's and O's guys. Here we go. But this game's gonna be won in the trenches. This game will be won in the trenches right here between these two teams. I promise you that.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And as I said before, I mean, it's just going to see what does Ash do against that Catholic running back, Batiste. You know, how do they handle him, especially in the goal line? And I think that's definitely going to be one of the things here that they have to definitely do. They're going to have to stop them there in that case here. Casey Williams, though, it will be very interesting to see what does he do for an encore because I think his time has arrived at this point.
Yeah, intriguing matchups. Coaches will make a difference, but it's about who gonna make the least mistakes at this moment in this game played at Memorial Stadium. Calico Baton Rouge battle tested, Ash battle tested. Measuring sticks are the same. It's just about the little things. Who are going to do the little things to punch that ticket to next week?
St. Aug Rummel rematch from the regular season, being that they play in district play. Could we see this one a little bit closer this go around?
Very possible. And why I say that? Because it ain't the first time this has happened between St. Aug and Rummel. And for some reason, Rummel has St. Aug's number in the playoffs. Like they lose to him in the regular season, come to playoffs, they find a way to beat them. So St. Aug has to overcome those type of demons come Friday night against this Rummel team. So we'll see what happens. Coach Monica and his staff, great coaching staff. They're gonna have something up their sleeve for this game because they're not gonna let that first game dictate how they play this time.
Yeah, styles make fights here, and I think we kind of saw a little bit of that in the regular season. Even though St. Aug won, I think it was a 26-3,
24.
JB 24-3. Okay,
Yeah.
so 24-3. So in that matchup there, but I think Roman was able to kind of use a little bit of ball control to kind of hold St. Aug from their score from their point total, their regular point total, and everything else like that. If Roman was able to control the ball, play good defense, they can come away with that upset there. But if St. Aug is able to, run with their offense that they normally have and put a lot of high scoring, it favors St. Aug there. So again, we're definitely going to see what style wins out here, and that could dictate who wins the ball game here.
Final one. Go ahead, Nick. Final thoughts on this one.
Go Purple Knights.
John Curtis Turlings, 7 versus 2 rematch from a year ago. You got legendary coach JT Curtis, and you got first year head coach, one that's chopping at the bit and coming out here in year one in full force. Can't wait to see if Turlings has enough to knock off the Giants. Get ready for a rowdy crowd in Lafayette, Louisiana. Turlings, John Curtis, they do it again.
Yeah, those people that Turlins, they're some of the nicest people I've ever met. Be honest with you, good people over there, very nice people. Um, JT comes back into town. Came there last year. He walked out the survivor. Here we go again. Can Turlins be able to stop that offense? That's the question right there. Because they can stop
Mhm.
that offense, they got a great shot. I just don't know if they can do it. I just don't know. But Lamar, this is why they play the game.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people, even though Turlings is that 2 seed, they're undefeated. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are probably saying, "Oh man, y'all probably have no shot of beating, Curtis and everything." And but hey, I mean, at this point, Turlings is, like I said, 11-0. They beat the boogeyman for them, which was St. Thomas More this season,
Hmm.
and they're still rolling right along here at this point. So they feel like that they got a good chance, just as anybody, just to go on and advance here. And but then you also see what Curtis has done so far this season. They can run the ball very well. They got good defense. They might be able to stop everything that Turlings has done. This is going to be an incredible matchup here for sure in this one. So I can't wait to see what happens there.
Nick?
I'm interested. I'm waiting to see how JT prepares for this matchup, man. Will he be looking forward to getting back at St. Og? And it's so funny, bro. I don't want y'all to think I was sleeping. I finally put us on the big screen, man. Now I can read some of the words. So I was
There
reading
we
some
go.
of the yeah, I was reading some of the bottom, and
Oh
they
Lord.
say Turling's ravaged with injuries. Huh? So
Yeah.
saying that to say this, bro, great matchup. I'm pulling to see some really good high school football and the legendary JT Kurz and Trulin Cadillac live up to the billing.
I done made it through my whole Iowa Northwest game.
I bet.
Oh,
Two teams are shaking hands at this time.
Yep.
oh man.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as I sign off for now, I know this has been my final episode. Uh, the three guys have taken a collective and they decided to buy me out my contract. So, whichever door you'd like me to walk out of, it's been an honor to be the host of this show this season. But when you have 4 hours and 32 minutes, that just won't cut it. So, my final words would be: it was an honor to lead this show. Thank y'all for the opportunity, and make sure y'all cut the check to Under the Lights.
There you go.
I'll
Oh
take
yes,
my
indeed.
buyout at this time.
Yes, indeed.
JB,
Uh,
final words as we close this one out tonight.
hey, everybody! Thank y'all for tuning in tonight. We truly appreciate it. Um, season's winding down. Um, unfortunately, but everybody have a safe and joyous Thanksgiving with your loved ones. Please do cherish those moments. Number one, if you're going to the games Friday, always be safe and stay safe. Okay. If you're not able to go, got a bunch of games being streamed that you may want to see. Under the lights they have I got it. Hold on, Kinder and Union Parish. I have hold on, I got it. Jules Sumner and Calvary Baptist. So, and other people got other games you can see. So just enjoy your Friday night. And those who love basketball, Monday and Wednesday, I will be streaming the Hornville Invitational. Tomorrow it starts at 3:50. So if you like basketball and you ain't got nothing to do, you ain't working, tune in. We'll be there from 3:50 to probably close to 9 o'clock because the last game starts at 7. 3 games on Monday, then Wednesday it starts at 2:30, and there's 2 games on Wednesday. So tune in.
Yep.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I just want to say to everybody, have a happy Thanksgiving to all of those there. Just spend some time with your family. To all the athletes, they do get a chance to that are playing at this week. This is a very special week here. So, don't let the distractions get to you and everything else like that. But hopefully your families will be able to get a chance to see your out of state families will get a chance to see you play up close and personal. And that's a good thing as well. I gotta also cover some basketball this week too. We have the parish tournament for Rapides Parish with the girls basketball. So we got 4 games on Monday, 4 games on Tuesday, 2 games on Wednesday. So I will be at the Thursday, the Tuesday and the Wednesday ball game. So I cannot wait to see that as well. Because once we get done with football, that round ball is coming. So I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief with y'all, man. I'm thankful for this football season to have a match with all you guys from the South Central and North part of Louisiana, man. And this boo breakdown was real beneficial to a lot of teams this way and folks this way that didn't even know some of the teams existed until they come to play each other.
Miss Collins, we were just waiting for you to come back so we can end the show. That's all. Wait for you to come back.
Yep. My most intriguing game is Core Evangel, by the way.
Oh yeah, we didn't do that, huh? Mine is called Evangel as well.
mm, yeah, card evangel.
Yeah, I like him. I like him calling Evangel also. So we'll see Pop Houston if a star will be born.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of your week. We want to say happy Thanksgiving to everyone across the state of Louisiana. Happy Turkey Week to the 64 teams that will get to practice on Thanksgiving Day. It's the best time of the year. Congratulations to those that punched their ticket Friday, one step closer to the dome. Fellas, only 3 more of these breakdowns we get to do. So let's go out with a bang and let's make sure we continue to do our part, letting everyone know across the state of Louisiana what's going on. I thought it was only fitting that we broke down every single game tonight, and it cost us 4 hours and 36 minutes. So thank you
But
for
people
hanging.
appreciated it. They appreciated it.
Thank
Yeah,
y'all
they
for
are.
hanging with me for it all. Ladies and gentlemen, Turkey Week special. We will have Under the Lights, we'll have Union Parish Kinder, JB the Sports Guy, and Hash It Out Show will have Joel Sumner Calvary Baptist. You can catch Nick Campbell at the, oh my God, I forgot.
Wednesday,
No, no, you're going to be at Washita
Riverside.
Christian
Riverside.
in Riverside. And then Lamar, you're gonna be at oof, it's been a while.
Gina Mansfield.
Gina Mansfield. So all 4 of us will be at a game this weekend. JB may go to North Louisiana and see the Loyola Prep and Shaw. So all 4 of us will see quarterfinal football. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. We
Wait,
got
don't forget the shows now.
hold on, it was coming.
Okay, my fault.
We got football talk to bring you this coming week. Don't know if everybody is adjusting their schedules, so we're going to find out right now. Lamar, anything for you this week besides basketball? Anything show related?
Nothing show related except for my main thing that I do with you guys, and also on Fridays with Ken Trahan. You get a chance to talk. We get a chance to talk about Central Louisiana between the hours. Well, 10:10 and 10:15.
Okay. Nick Campbell, any
Yeah, we'll be
adjustments to your schedule Thursday with Thanksgiving?
Yeah, we'll be doing it Wednesday, our 100th episode. Stay tuned. We thought we had something good going, but we're going to manage. We're going to move on to our 100. So thank y'all for all the support.
Well, speaking of 100, we're both celebrating 100 Wednesday.
Yes, indeed. That's
Yeah,
awesome. 100
7 years.
Wednesday.
JB,
Yes, sir.
any adjustments with your schedule?
Slight, very
Okay, let's
slight.
hear it.
So Tuesday, same time, 7 o'clock. Wednesday, we're gonna start at 7:30. That's it. So 7 o'clock Tuesday, regular time. Wednesday, we're just gonna push it back 30 minutes. So that's it. 7 and 7:30, Tuesday and Wednesday.
You want that 8:30 slot?
Nah, you got it, bro.
Well, I was asked to push mine up.
Oh, you gotta push it up, bro. I understand it's Thanksgiving. I get it.
We'll see. Wednesday show for us to be determined,
Okay,
time wise.
gotcha.
So, to you three right here, enjoy Thanksgiving with your families.
You too,
Love y'all.
brother. All y'all.
All right, be
Definitely.
good. Love you too, man. Y'all stay
Yep.
safe.
So.
All right. Have a good one.